Perfect. Let's get started. We should probably start with Tesla. I'm very curious what's going on with Tesla.
Literally going to be killed by Elon's cuts to disease prevention programs. But hey, Elon don't care. He's way too busy playing with his favorite chainsaw. Dude has been living the dream. But all of a sudden, Tesla stock started dropping, and protests of Tesla started popping up in Philadelphia, Chicago, the Bay Area, Florida, Waikiki, New Zealand, and even France, where an angry Frenchman set a bunch of Teslas on fire.
Allegedly.
Say what you will about the French, but I guess they really don't like Nazis for some reason. Even Sheryl Crow announced that she was getting rid of her Tesla. Yeah, Elon, all she wants to do is dump your shitty car. And yeah, the first cut is the deepest, but I'm pretty sure there's gonna be a lot more. Now, I'm not gonna lie, all of this has been pretty satisfying to watch, but it's more than just schadenfreude. The turn against Tesla in American society is proof that Elon is not invincible, but that in fact he and Trump are extremely vulnerable to public pressure. And it provides a roadmap for how
Elon not just do like other, I guess he wouldn't be the richest man on the planet if he didn't make himself a public figure, but like other billionaires just kind of mind their own business a little bit, right? They exploit global south for resources, they exploit the workers in America for and globally for their labor to create their products. Like they mind their own business. They sit down in their mansions, send their kids to the best schools, and you hear about them three generations down about, oh, the son of the daughter of, billionaire mogul dates a Kardashian or something. You know what I mean? But like Elon Musk is like, no, I'm going to like make myself a public figure and make people hate me. Right? Because they know the risks if they're loud about it. Yeah, because like people will take them and maybe even take violent retribution against them, which there's a precedent for them doing. And old money understands this, so you don't see oil barons doing stuff like Elon is doing. Just like tech, like not even pioneers, tech people who just happen to fall into like, political, or not political, but public spaces.
Average people can push back against what is happening in this country. And in this video, I'm gonna tell you about it. But real quick, before we get started, just wanna mention I'm on tour right now: London, Amsterdam, Rhode Island, Vancouver, Eugene, Oregon, Charleston, Oklahoma, Tacoma, and Spokane, Washington. You can get all those tickets at adamconover.net, and you can support this channel directly at Patreon.
Hey, I couldn't even get .com? That's sad. Wait, I wonder if myname.com is taken.
Patreon.com/AdamConover. So ever since Trump took office, protesters across the world have been disrupting business at Tesla dealerships to show their contempt for Trump and Elon's fascist policies.
It is. I'm buying it right now.
And while most of them are standing in front of the dealerships with rad-ass signs, some people are getting a little bit more physical by graffitiing cars, burning down Tesla charging stations, and even destroying entire dealerships. And look, some might say that vandalism and property destruction are bad, but one might also argue that unconstitutionally vandalizing an entire government that serves hundreds of millions of people is a bigger fucking deal than a little spray paint on the most taggable car I've ever seen. I mean, literally, Cybertrucks are flat and made of stainless steel. It's the perfect canvas. How is a graffiti artist supposed to resist? And look, if you bought a Cybertruck, I honestly don't know what's wrong with you. Owning a Cybertruck is the shitpost of car buying. It means you know people hate you and you don't give a fuck. But I do feel bad for regular people who just bought a Tesla a couple years ago because they wanted a nice car to drive. They were probably busy doing normal people stuff when Musk started going off the right-wing deep end. Until recently, you had to be chronically online to know that Elon became a shitbag. Remember when he called that heroic cave diver who saved a dozen children a pedophile? That was weird as hell, but it didn't make the news the same way destroying the federal government has. But now that the Musk is out of the bag, countless liberal and left-wing Tesla owners are so embarrassed to be seen in them, they're either selling their cars or buying anti-Elon bumper stickers to let people know where they stand. These stickers are literally flying off the shelves just like Elon's cars aren't. And this anti-Tesla backlash is not just an empty gesture, it's actually affecting Elon's finances. Before all this happened, Tesla's stock was already ridiculously high. It had a price-to-earnings ratio more than 9 times any other car maker. That means the stock was valued far higher than it should have been compared to how much revenue the company actually generates. Why? Well, that insane valuation seemed to come from the hope by investors that Elon would revolutionize the entire transportation industry with advanced AI and robotics. That's why Elon was constantly holding these ridiculous, gigantic events where he announced often fake products that Tesla was not even selling or even knew how to manufacture. Like we covered in one of my other videos, the advanced robots that Elon showed off last year were literally being puppeted by a teenager in the next room over.
Are you fully autonomous right now, or are you being controlled by a human?
I am not fully autonomous yet.
That's not the future. It's just the animatronics they have at Chuck E. Cheese. Elon doesn't really sell cars to Wall Street at all. He sells a science fiction fantasy of unlimited growth. But every time the bill comes due and he actually has to show the product, he says, oh, no, don't worry, that's coming soon, and I'm gonna invent something even bigger next year. But now, it seems like investors are finally wising up to Elon's vaporware grift. Because since December 17th, Tesla has lost half of its value. And Tesla isn't just struggling in America, its European sales are...
I mean, it was hyperinflated anyway. Talk to me when they lose 90% of their value. Then I'll smile. Well, I'm smiling now anyway, so.
Almost non-existent. That headline, by the way, is from this video's sponsor, Ground News. You know, I use Ground News a lot, especially if you're researching these videos, because I really like how you can see the factuality ratings for every source, as well as bias ratings to help you make sure that you're getting the news you might have missed. It's a really great way to check your biases and make sure that you're not stuck in an information bubble and that you are getting the real news from every angle. So if you want to try Ground News for yourself, you can get 40% off if you use my special code FACTUALLY. Go to groundnews.com/factually. So here's the crazy thing. The fact that Tesla is struggling as a business means that Elon is suffering personally. He lost almost $30 billion in just one day. And that might not seem like a big deal since apparently he's still worth $301 billion.
The investigation to 8,200 Teslas sold in a weekend in 4 dealerships, calling it's not sus at all. Do you think he's buying his own Teslas to inflate the number sold?
But losing all that value in Tesla is an enormous problem for Elon, because here's the secret about his finances. He doesn't pay for anything using cash. He pays for what he buys using Tesla stock and the understanding that Tesla stock will continue to rise. That's literally how he could afford to overpay for Twitter. So if Tesla stock is crashing...
This is also not just an Elon thing, this is an all billionaire thing, is that they don't pay for things using cash. Like... And we're not talking about like, oh, a burger or a sandwich, which they don't pay for those things either, right? Elon Musk walks into a coffee shop and they're like, oh, Elon Musk, here, have this, your meal free. Please come back to us again, right? That's, you know, they that stuff they get for free regardless. But for like the big purchases, they leverage their usually they leverage their stock as collateral, right? To like get loans to pay for things, essentially. Right? Yeah, it is the buy, borrow, die method. And so they don't ever pay for things with like their liquid cash. And so people, like capitalist defenders, would be like, oh, well, like, yeah, Elon Musk is worth $200 billion or whatever, but like that's not like cash, right? He can't liquidate all that immediately. Well, he doesn't liquidate all that at all. Right? He can use that money that is tied up in stocks in order to like leverage that in order to buy things with it regardless. He never has to pay for it. So as long as Tesla stock is fine, he's chilling.
That gives Elon less literal power in the world in a real way. You know, we think of billionaires as being omnipotent and untouchable, but the amazing thing is that the sustained protests at Tesla actually seem to be hurting the richest man in the world. Check out this clip. When this news anchor asked Elon about Tesla, he literally seems to be holding back tears.
You giving up your other stuff? I mean, how are you running your other businesses?
With great difficulty. Yeah, I mean.
But there's no turning back, you're saying?
I'm just here trying to make government more efficient, eliminate waste and fraud.
I like the fact that he bit off more than he could chew, and now he has to deal with the ramifications of it. Like, oh, you got into politics, and now people don't like you? Who could have who could have seen this coming? Who could have seen this coming? Wow. And when your entire persona and your money are directly tied to how people view you as a person, right? This is what you do, you know? This is what you get.
Fraud. And so far, we're making good progress.
Oh, buddy, you're so busy destroying the government, you don't have time to do your real job. Even billionaires can't have it all. You know, this clip could almost make you feel bad for the guy, but Elon fucking chose this. He didn't need to do this. He could have spent his whole life being the rad guy who makes sick cars and has tons of money. He could have just kept being a legend, but instead, he decided to go right wing.
Okay, legend's a bit far. I understand what Adam Conover is saying, in that he could have just had a regular person, rich guy, not a regular person, but like a rich guy life, you know, and just conning and stealing money for his entire existence, right? And having 17 more kids, but him choosing to like jump into politics is his own fault. I wouldn't call him a legend though. This would have made him Tony Stark if he stayed out of politics. I mean, yeah.
And destroy the
Are you surprised that somebody hasn't tried to do it yet? I can't speak on that.
federal government and make everyone in America hate him. That was his choice, and now he's paying the price. I mean, this is having such a big effect on Elon that his best buddy, the president, Donald J. Trump, actually decided to take a break from driving up egg prices to hold a Let Them Eat Teslas press conference in front of the White House.
It's very safe, it's very strong, heavy, it's all steel, stainless steel. So I have a lot of information, including the price.
Yeah.
I want to make a good deal here. You know, I do notice this. They have one, which is $35,000, which is pretty low.
I mean, all you can say to this is, holy shit. Trump is such a bad used car salesman, he does not even realize how out of touch this sounds. You know, it would literally take a minimum wage worker over 600 days of work, pre-tax, to earn enough to buy that fucking car. In the same week that Elon fired.
To be entirely fair, I will be fair here. Most 99% of people are not buying cars outright, right? They get a car note, take a loan. So this is not the best comparison, but it is not like as cheap as Trump makes it out to be in general, right? But to be fair, if you're making federal minimum wage, you're not looking to buy a Tesla. Like that's not your car of choice. So like, yeah, Trump being like, oh, look at how affordable it is. It's $35,000. That includes weekends too. You're barely making rent. You're barely making rent. You're the actual first person I've seen saying car note instead of car loan. Have you talked to black people? Would it be more expensive through a loan in the long run when you add interest? Yes, but like nobody talks about adding interest. You feel me? Like it's either you pay for it over an extended period of time, but be able to afford it, or not be able to afford it at all. Nobody is saving up $35,000 for a Tesla or for a car in general. You know, everybody, I say everybody, right? The people in my tax bracket are getting financing for a car. We're not buying cars outright. That's why I always buy cars outright. Maybe you got it like that, chat. I don't got it like that. That's just me. Interest is a 5 year loan. That's like $200 a month.
Every single day, Shank. I live as a
It's loud to me.
Ectozoologist just subscribed.
As well, I was just thinking for the. That looks like it's fine to me. Thinking for the. What was that? 3 months free subscription. Or I'll boost it. Most Americans used to drive their used cars that literally broke down. We're so broke. Yeah. Having car payment should be bigger flex than driving a Tesla. I mean, true. Rather outright, but they've dealership boxes. I mean, yeah, that's fair. About used cars for $3K, but that was years ago. To a city that you don't need a car like Chicago. Bro, you in Chicago? Or no, I don't know if it was you. Somebody else in Chicago. I have a lot of Chicago chatters in here apparently. Son has Dean on. We're gonna have some drama between the best boys. I just don't like Dean. I am not a Dean fan. That's just me though. Talk about being broke where you can't afford to ride a car, so your car's easy to break down and it costs you more upfront than the upfront cost is despair. Yeah. Usually it's
pre-tax to earn enough to buy that fucking car. In the same week that Elon fired thousands of Americans and Trump instituted
also, did y'all see the Harry Sisson news? The drama? Okay, I kind of want to add that to the docket as well. No? Bro, my entire, like, friend group is, like, Gen Z activists. So, like, this is the drama that we engage with. I saw it briefly on TikTok Live. Why are you watching TikTok Live? Bro is a horn dog? Bro's insane. So he didn't get booted from anything. You see. He got exposed for like being a womanizer or whatever. Like, and some of the, okay, to be fair, it's not a big deal. Right? It's not a big deal. Like, it's like, it's like this MAGA account that's calling him like a womanizer. Honestly, bro, it's just a little too freaky on Maine. That's really the entire drama. Like, he's a freaking 20-year-old kid asking people for nudes. Because little overblown dude being a womanizer, 20-year-old with fame, has gone to their head. I mean, it is overblown, right? And like Republicans and like conservatives are like taking this back. Haha, Harry, we've gotten you now. But it is quite funny. Is he like a womanizer in the normal way or the illegal way? The normal way. He's a womanizer in the normal way, not in the illegal like or abusive way. He's just like, yeah, he's literally just a young guy. That's it. He's like a 20-year-old who like talks to some women and like is talking to other women at the same time. That sort of thing. It's the lowest stakes drama, but it is funny. Goes after their fair share of nudes. I will say 11 at one time is a bit much. I'll say it. I'll say it. 11 women at one time is a bit crazy. Like 10, okay, but 11? That's what I'm saying. Scheduling nightmare? Yeah. Like you like open up one person's Snapchat like, yo, let me get some nudes. Or and then you immediately scroll down a little bit, you open up another girl's Snapchat, yo, I'll fuck you good after wine tasting. Like, which is a actual thing that he said, by the way. Actually, no, he said, I'd fuck you raw after wine tasting. And then he said, but that's just me. I'd fuck you raw after wine tasting, but that's just me. Exclamation point. Bro, how are you gonna follow that up with, but that's just me? It is literally, I'd do that. I'd do that. That's bro. Okay, we'll get into this after we finish the Elon section, but it's funny. It's so funny. There's also one where like he says something, and then there's like it said this person has screenshotted it, and he's like, "Wait, why'd you screenshot?" Like, okay, that's so funny. It's bro. Okay, we'll get into this in a second. It's so funny. Let's finish this Adam Conover video.
Tariffs that are going to make life even more expensive for the entire country. They have the gall to ask Americans to buy their fucking cars? Get the fuck out of here! But even more importantly, we have to recognize that this is pathetic. I mean, these guys are supposed to be the most powerful men in the universe. Trump is the president of the United States. Elon is the richest man in the world, and they are out on the White House lawn hawking products like Billy Mays and the ShamWow guy, and they're even on just as many drugs.
Wait, okay, why did Billy Mays, like, why is he talked about, like, he's not the OxyClean guy, but the ShamWow guy is just named the ShamWow guy? Why does nobody ever call it, like, him by his name?
I mean, these guys are supposed to be so much more powerful than you. But a few days of low stock prices, and they're begging you to spend 35 grand on one of their dumbass cars. Trump and Musk are fascists, yes, by any definition. But first and foremost, they're grifters. And that means they depend on us buying their garbage. From X-Premium subscriptions to Patriot Bibles made in China to meme coins. They
I mean, yes, chat, you're right. Vince did not scream Billy Mays here. That is not a thing that he scrummed.
Need you. They need you to buy their bullshit so badly that Trump literally wants to make it a crime not to buy a Tesla. Think about that. Trump is so upset about the richest man in the world's falling stock price that he thinks it should be illegal for you not to give him your money. And they don't just need your cash, they need you to like them. Remember, Elon's entire fortune, his overvalued stock, his social media influence, all of it has been based on being idolized, on being described as the real-life Iron Man, remember that? On being loved by the public. But now,
Vince only did 2 ads before he was arrested. Wait, he was arrested? What he was arrested for? So he wasn't on late night TV ads for a decade like Billy Mays was. Mays only started saying his name later in ads when he was a known figure. Probably meth. He's got a bad rep. Don't know what he did. But he punched 6 workers. He tried to bite off his tongue. Oh, a sex worker. Oh, I think he tried to punch 6 workers for trying to bite off his tongue. But sex workers makes a lot more sense. We love Billy. We hate ShamWow. Wow, man. Sham bummer. Sham a bummer. Sham. Bro, I wanted breakfast, and I was like, you know what I want for breakfast? The Cheesecake Factory. But they don't deliver until 12:40 p.m. That's like 5 hours from now.
According to polls, 53% of Americans have a negative opinion of Elon. And that's a huge number, considering that research shows that if even only 3.5% of a population engages in nonviolent protest, political change happens. So if just a fraction of those people sell their Teslas, or show up with signs at a dealership, or vocally refuse to buy Elon's bullshit, it makes a fucking difference. Trump and Elon are like Tinkerbell. Their power comes from you believing in them. They need...
Well, I don't necessarily think that's true. I don't think that's true at all. He's the president, so his power comes from the Constitution. So I don't think if we all were like, yo, let's not believe this person anymore. Oh yeah, also guns. A lot of guns. Just an insane amount of guns. Some drones. Tanks, artillery. That sort of stuff. Oh, and of course the money. So like, yeah, no, it's not our belief in them that gives them power, specifically. But that's just me.
Need your money, your approval, your complacency to win. If we stop buying into them, they die. These guys are
Not necessarily. They're already billionaires, so like they don't need us to be like, yeah, we love them, right? They're narcissistic, so like they really want that to be the case, but like they don't need it to be the case. You know what I mean? Rod, thank you for the raid. Welcome in, Raiders from 1995. Old. Can I get an old in the chat real quick, chat? Old. Oh, we gotta get stream. We're talking about Elon Musk before we talk about Harry Sisson. Old. Young, that is a self-report, chatter. I'm 4 years older than 1995. I'm so sorry. The perfectly reasonable age to be. Your TikTok got banned? Yeah, we did hear TikTok got banned. I don't know for what. Maybe he was watching Solo Leveling on stream. That's what I saw a comment saying. But like, it's probably temporary for the most part. Let's be real. He's not getting perma banned. If Tecto was getting perma banned, I would have seen the clip by now. You know, he was streaming Solo Leveling. Yeah, that's probably what it was. It was like DMCA. He'll be back in like a few days. I think it's kind of funny that like Tectone was doing what Asmon was doing now before Asmon was doing it, and he got a lot less play. Like he wasn't getting 60,000 viewers, 50,000 viewers. Right, doing like, you know, Trump watch content and conservative content. And he is bald. This is true. But like Asmon's did it, and like bro's numbers skyrocketed. Did it too early, it doesn't look like an anemic cockroach king. Asmon has more hair. Asmon's room is more filthy. That is true. Tecton's room is cleaner. Because his personality is irritating. I mean, people could say the same thing about Asmon. Like Asmon YouTube is very popular, which that helps him. I mean, so is Tectone. Not like as popular, but Tectone has like a couple 100,000 followers. Yeah, he's like almost 1 million followers.
All right, check.
800K. But he doesn't get like 10K, 26K, 78K, 16K. Like bro pulls no numbers. You know what I mean? Well, like Asmon has like 3 times his following and gets like 100 times the numbers. 1,000 times the numbers. Right? Asmon has like, yeah, about 4 times the following. And gets, you know, 1 million, 900K, 500K, 700K. 700K, 500K, 1 million, 700K, 800K. Like, bro just pulls insane numbers. He didn't accept your collab opportunity, so he fell off. True. Just most viewed on both. I don't think most viewed is the best metric to determine success. But Aston hasn't beat. Even LSF hates Tectone. That makes sense. LSF hates everyone though, let's be real. Like you'll be hard pressed to find anybody LSF likes. Cause it's a hive mind of the most hateful, spiteful people. Right? And so it's a collection place for people who hate Hassan, but other people in that space hates Asmon. But other people in that space hates Tectone, other people in that space hates Nick, other people in that space hates like E-Rob, other people in that space hates FaZe Clan, right? And so because it's an amalgam base of people who hate everybody, right? Nobody gets successful in LSF. The only thing that's successful in LSF are hate posts, essentially. You know what I mean?
Fucking weak. They have everything, and they can't even stand to be disliked or live through a few days of declining stock prices without.
I will also say that we are at 25,992 followers. We're about 8 followers away from 26K. Or when did we hit 25K? Was that like a week ago? Because if we get 1,000 followers a week, we'll be at 50K by the end of the year. 2 weeks? Like we're at 26K? No, we're 8 followers away.
Freaking the fuck out. Everything that you've had to fight for, your job, your savings, your safety, they've had handed to them. And now they have made it clear that they think
I
they are
did say 25K in a mule. When did I make that tweet? Okay, we'll go back to this as well. I almost forgot about the Harry Sisson stuff. When did I say 25K in a mule? February 23rd. No, that was a month ago. Okay, it took a month to get here. I feel like a week. Jeez Louise. Okay. If it's 1,000 a month, that's not great. We need to get those numbers up. So we'll be at 30 by the end of the year. And we're trying to hit 50. Click on that mule reveal.
And President Trump fired.
Entitled to your money too, but they're not. The harder you boo, the more you protest, the more their stock price drops, the more you turn their fantasy into a nightmare. These protests work. Refusing to comply works. It is easy to see the future you fear as inevitable, especially when it's being sold to you by a couple billionaires, especially when the people you are up against are so rich and so powerful. But their fantasy of the future is not any more inevitable than ours. By working together, we have the power to build the future that we want, and I suggest you get busy fucking doing it.
Yeah, everybody put a sign on your Tesla saying you hate Elon. That'll save America. You said the Neo Disney era is real? Yes, I did. I made a tweet about it, actually. I'm pretty sure. He's got 24 likes. Maybe I'm never tweeting about Power Rangers ever again. Power Rangers returning to the hand Disney gives me hope for peak. 24 likes, bro. This is why I don't talk about my interests on my platform. I'll make a Power Rangers centric account. A live action Power Rangers series is in the works at Disney Plus. Jonathan E. Steinberg and Dan Schultz, Percy Jackson, and the Olympians will serve as showrunners. How soon in the stream are we gonna see the Ethan stuff? What Ethan stuff? This is also pretty funny. Am I dumb? Have Power Rangers always been live action? This is true. Those 24 are the diehard fans. True. True. I like Power Rangers, bro. Power Rangers is my favorite, or one of my favorite series growing up watching. Your title. It says Ethan Dick Rider. It's not about Ethan specifically. And honestly, if you're gonna come in here and be like, when are we getting to the thing that I want to talk about? Honestly, I'm gonna time you out. This is a warning to all of you. We're gonna get past all this boring stuff, get to what I want to see. Like, slow your roll. You want Sentai in general or just Power Rangers? Just Power Rangers. That's what I grew up with. Would you rather talk about Power Rangers for the entire stream or Dragon Ball for the entire stream? I probably have more to say about Dragon Ball from like a theory perspective, because like Power Rangers doesn't really have like much. Like, Power Rangers has lore, but like not as like deep lore as like Dragon Ball does. Because like the Power Rangers lore is a bit up in the air. It's like, oh, there's a morphin grid. You know, there's a morphin grid. There are morphers, and then there's other stuff going on, I guess. We go. It was Doom news for Power Rangers. Yeah, I saw this, which is like it. This doesn't make sense to me because why do you need AI to enhance Mighty Morphin Power Rangers? It looks fine, and I know because I went back and I watched it like 2 weeks ago. I was probably like a month ago, like last month. I went back and I watched Mighty Morphin Power Rangers, and it looks fine. It doesn't look new, but it has like charm of being like a 90s show, right? So why are we enhancing like Power Rangers with AI? It doesn't make sense to me. Ivan, whose movie is still kind of dope. It is dope. Will you give Sentai a try? Maybe. I'm not against it. I just grew up with Power Rangers. That's what my thing was. That's what I know. Like the dinosaur one, that's like 7 of the series. I'm gonna be real. Okay, maybe not 7. There's at least 3. There's at least 3 dinosaur series. Mighty Morphin Power Rangers is a dinosaur series. Dino Thunder and Dino Charge are all dinosaur series. I'm going to Vegas today. You think I'm going to Vegas for the Bernie rally? Y'all don't pay me enough to do that. I'm sick of the Mighty Morphin Power Rangers glazing. Well, you're wrong. So, like the one with the Yellow Ranger. There's a lot of Yellow Rangers. I think most of them have a Yellow Ranger. You got to be more specific, chat. We have a 5-hour drive. I don't even have a car. I would have to Uber or rent a car. AI, just the business orbital is constantly being used to justify its own existence. Yeah, and it won't last. Like, this will not last. Also, okay, speaking of things that I love that are disappointing me, Arc. Aquatic. Snail Games released a new DLC for Arc using AI for the trailer.
So we have some really unexpected news. Ark Survival Evolved is getting a brand new expansion in June of this year. And that's right, you heard me correctly. I said Evolved, not Ascended. This is only coming to Evolve currently, I guess. I don't know, we'll have to wait and see. We previously had heard about Aquatica earlier on today when Wildcard put out a tweet just letting us know there's something called Aquatica, and Snail Games made it, not them. So now we know what it is, and it's an expansion for Ark Survival Evolved, which, yeah, I would not have... this was not on my bingo card, honestly, but it does kind of make sense. Evolved still has more players playing it, which is kind of funny. But,
I mean, because, like, Ascended sucks. Like, there are some quality of life changes in Ark Survival Ascended that I'm like, cool. Sure. But, like, it's still as poorly optimized, maybe even more poorly optimized than Ark Survival Evolved, because the graphics are tuned up to 11, but the optimization is the same. Like, and they're releasing, they don't even have all the maps. The only thing that's better is that you get the entire expansion. Like, you get all the maps if you buy Ark Survival Ascended, which you should have gotten in Evolved as well. But, like, whatever. But the maps aren't even done. Whatever.
We go. We've got lots of information about it. We're gonna go through it all in this video. So yeah, stay tuned for maybe more of this stuff, because there's a big presentation happening tomorrow from Snail Games, so we might have proper like gameplay or something like that. But yeah, anyway, so here's the like key art for the actual thing, and as you can see, we have lots to take in here, including this giant like Leviathan class creature right here, and yeah, we have a couple other creatures on this.
I want to see the trailer though. Attention. Arc always looked like worst Rust. Nah, it looks about the same as Rust.
Screenshot as well. Not to bum you guys out a little bit, but there's actually quite a few reused assets from Atlas in this expansion, including this Megalodon right here, or sorry, not Megalodon, this Hammerhead right here, although they have like a Megalodon-sized body, to be honest. Arc? But yeah, I have like 800 hours in Arc.
Like, I played a lot of Ark when I was in college. Why? Because it was fun. I enjoyed it. But like, it's just it's disappointing. It's so disappointing. Like, what's happening with this game? It was in early access for like 9 years. They're the only person that plays Ark offline. Most of my Ark time is offline. Like, power is the next best thing and not quite there. Its power is not there. I don't think that ever will be there, honestly. Power was like fun for like 10 seconds. And honestly, this is why I don't necessarily like stream metagames. Because it doesn't feel like an established player base. Like, a game that people are playing a lot now, which is Repo. Right? Like this game. I'm sure it's very fun. I've not played it, but I'm sure it's very fun. It's gonna be dead in like 3 months, you know? The same way nobody's playing like Lethal Company anymore. Or the space game version of this game. People still play Lethal Company? Not really. Not really. Among Us? I mean, the other Among Us. The 3D Among Us. The people were playing as well. Phasmophobia? Is that... I don't know. Is that what it's called? That doesn't sound right. This is not the one I was thinking of. Lockdown Protocol. That's what I was thinking of. This one. This one, right? 3D Space Among Us. And again, these games are fine. Also, it's on sale for $5. Right? The best metagame is probably the Among Us Office game. What was that game called? The company still seeing like 7K concurrent users, better than some AAA do after a couple of weeks. I mean, that's true. Dale and Dawson, which I did not play either, right? But like, it feels like when you have a game that's primarily based on like stream interaction, like, or what was that game where like it was like Lethal Company, but you created like videos. This one. Content warning. That's what it is. Yeah. Headliners is photos, content warnings, videos. I didn't even know headliners. I totally missed that one. But like, headliners is newer. I'm not kept up with this. Oh, probably not leak. My address. Thanks, Google. And so the ones but headliners banged. Maybe the because I'm getting into photography. And Helldivers saw some players, but it fell off after the controversy. There was Helldivers controversy. Sony stuff? I don't know what that is. What does that mean? What's Sony stuff? The day Helldivers 2 almost died.
I've been actively following the Helldivers 2 situation over the last couple days, kind of just with my fingers.
I like Helldivers. All the games that I mentioned, I like Helldivers. I'm a fan of Helldivers. That game was fun. It was fun. It was enjoyable, and I miss it. About to behind a PlayStation login. Oh, yeah, that's not great.
Crossed, hoping that Sony will change their mind about the awful decision that's tanking the game. But unfortunately, just like my height, it hasn't changed. And now it looks like it's...
I don't really mind short-term popular games if they are indie developers. I mean, I guess. But like, I'd rather have a game that I can spend time with and I enjoy. So maybe this type of game is just not for me.
Probably too late anyway. Even if you started putting like a rabbit's foot up your butthole for some good luck, it looks like it won't matter. Because in the words of a great man, this is Democracy Manifest. The game has been removed from 177 different regions from Steam. So this ship is already...
Then I have to buy Monster Hunter. I still have to... I don't want to play Monster Hunter Wilds until I finish Monster Hunter World. And then finish Monster Hunter Iceborne. And I have not done either of those. So... yeah.
Sailed here. For those that don't know what's going on, Helldivers 2 is one of the most successful games of 2024, a game that I was personally so excited by and happy with that I made a whole video dedicated to singing its praises and just gushing grannies over it about how rare it is for a game, especially...
Can it come Deliverance 2 win? Never. You play the Mighty Morphin game? No, I've not played any Power Rangers game. Anyway, I got a little bit far off topic. And we'll get the Harry Sister in a second too. Let's finish up. I don't think we need to watch a lot of this. The Harry Season situation is crazy. How do you know what I'm going to title this YouTube video? You know what, let's get some water. Oof. Here, I'll play this. I'll be right back.
The White House has confirmed President Trump is expected to sign an executive order today to close the U.S. Department of Education. This comes as a federal judge continues questioning his administration about the use of the Alien Enemies Act to justify mass deportations across the country. NBC's Alice Barr has all the latest.
Today, long brewing news expected to become reality, with the White House confirming President Trump will sign an executive order to close the Department of Education.
We're going to move education into the states.
Shuttering the department would take an act of Congress, but the administration...
The White House has confirmed President Trump is expected to sign an executive order today to close the U.S. Department of Education. This comes as a federal judge continues questioning his administration about the use of the Alien Enemies Act to justify mass deportations across the country. NBC's Alice Barr has all the latest.
Today, long brewing news expected to become reality, with the White House confirming President Trump will sign an executive order to close the Department of Education.
We're going to move education into the states.
Shuttering the department would take an act of Congress, but the administration could gut it so it can't operate. Last week, half the department's staff was cut.
This is about federal streams of money that help students live into their full potential.
Schools are already run and nearly 90% funded at the state and local level. The federal education department's funding and services protects students with disabilities, investigates discrimination, helps low-income school districts, and manages higher ed financial aid. Education Secretary Linda McMahon has said those core functions will continue.
None of that's going to fall through the cracks.
Linda McMahon. It is the WWE person, okay. Like Vince McMahon.
The Trump administration also weighing a new step on immigration.
Is he the boss but less rich? Fair. Yeah, I can see that.
Defense officials tell NBC News options are up for discussion, though not yet approved, to create a southern border.
Honestly, I thought she looked more like, she looks like a combination between Hillary Clinton and Margaret Thatcher. Do y'all see that? Do y'all get that from her face? She's kind of a Thatcher vibe going on.
Will continue.
None of that's going to fall through the cracks.
The Trump administration also weighing a new step on immigration. 3 defense officials tell NBC News options are up for discussion, though not yet approved, to create a southern border buffer zone that could include U.S. troops temporarily holding migrants who cross into the country. That as the White House is pushing back hard against the federal judge who temporarily blocked President Trump from using a rarely invoked 1798 law to deport hundreds of alleged Venezuelan gang members.
This is an activist judge who is trying to usurp the president's authority.
A former Trump administration attorney rejecting that.
He's ruled very decisively for Republican-leaning positions and very decisively for Democratic-leaning positions, making it plain that he is not an ideologue.
As the White House tests the limits of presidential power. In Washington, Alice Barr, NBC.
And the worst part about all of this, Jet, is that we have not reached the peak, right? We have not touched the fact that the Supreme Court ruled that the president cannot be prosecuted for any actions that they commit under official acts of the presidency, or even some unofficial acts, even if it's under the purview of the presidency. And so the things that Trump is doing here, he's not going to be held accountable for, right? He's not going to be prosecuted for, violating the Constitution and taking away people's constitutional rights, even when he leaves office. Because he's going to go up to the Supreme Court and it's going to rule in his favor. He has like a blank check to do whatever he wants to do. He's not going to be impeached. He's not going to be removed from office, right? And anybody standing up to him is being systematically removed. Like, there's only one possible future, like Doctor Strange. There's one possible future we could all hope for, right? And we need that one thing to happen to actually succeed here. You need the stars to align, if you will. Trump is Thanos? I mean, kinda, a little bit. Like, Thanos won at the end of Infinity War, and then people had to come back, and like the Avengers had to recollect themselves, and like, then defeat Thanos by traveling back in time, I guess. Which from what I understand, we cannot do yet. Can that really be reversed? No. I mean, yes, but the Supreme Court would have to reverse it. The point of the Supreme Court is that they don't have any oversight from the executive or legislative branches. You know what I mean? And so the Supreme Court would have to make another ruling if their ruling is challenged, right? In order to undo the ruling that they made. It feels like he's not going to make it out of office. I mean, he is like 82 years old. So like, he's going to be the oldest president in office ever. So, and unless he like we have to keep Brian Johnson and Trump away from each other. All right. If Brian Johnson shares his knowledge with Trump, we're cooked. It's over. If he shares the what's it called? The Fountain of Youth with Trump, and Trump lives forever, we're cooked. For sure, Brian Johnson's not going to give out in 5 years. That's what he wants you to think. Aren't here JD Vance is a much scarier alternative if Trump doesn't make it. But have you considered the fact that my one solution that happens took that into account as well? You probably did not consider that fact. You thought my one solution was only about one person, but my one solution is about a lot of people. And that's what I mean when I say the stars are aligning. You can't just align freaking Mars and be like the stars are aligned. That's this planet or whatever. You know what I mean? Or the planets are aligning, right? Because there are other planets that are not aligned. You have to also align Mercury and Venus and Jupiter and Saturn and Uranus. Pause. Exactly. Anyway, let's not go into this as well.
Two Democratic members of the Federal Trade Commission, Alvaro Bedoya and Rebecca Slaughter. The move is a rejection of the regulator's independent status. The FTC usually has 5 members, with the president's party holding 3 seats and the opposing party 2. They are protected from removal under a 1935 Supreme Court ruling. A group of Senate Democrats called on the president today to reverse the firings.
Right now, you cannot be thinking about me. You have to be thinking about the billionaires over Donald Trump's shoulder at his inauguration.
This is about policing the ability of the FTC to police markets and ensure honest businesses are protected instead of allowing companies that lie and cheat to get ahead.
Slaughter was appointed by Trump during her first term. Both say they plan on suing for their reinstatement, a court case that could ultimately land before the U.S. Supreme Court.
Cool. Cool. Now, I feel like we can talk about Harry Sisson, but I also want to order my food. But let's just do it. And then we'll get, after we talk about Harry Sisson, then we'll get to the we'll get to this guy's videos. Okay. So, if you don't know who Harry Sisson is, I've spoken about Harry Sisson quite a bit. Trigger warning for unimaginable cringe. The most unimaginable cringe. Harry Sisson is a liberal Democratic TikToker who was a huge Biden dead ender, but when Biden dropped out, he was like, "Oh, Colin, you're so great and awesome and amazing." And so, no, he's not Lib Spider-Man. That's Dean Withers, who spends his time debating on people on TikTok. Yeah, even though that's more Dean as well. Harry just makes videos and jumps on like Dean's live streams. Harry doesn't normally debate himself a lot. Bro, how does he have a knowledge panel, bro? Also, he's 23 apparently. The Times of India wrote about it. Who is Harry Sisson, Democratic influencer under attack for manipulating women to share explicit videos? Where's this TikTok at? Oh, the New York Post read about it? Wait, is this the same guy? No, this is a different person. There's this one New York Post contributor who only writes about like TikTokers or whatever. And that's his entire thing. But it's not this person. Yeah, this is Harry Sisson. I'm trying to find his TikTok. I think I have him blocked as well. I do have him blocked. Oh no, I don't.
A Republican representative was asked about his secret usage of the LGBT dating app Grindr at a town hall he hosted today. Just take a look.
This is Harry Sisson. This is what he does. Honestly, this is like the kind of lowest effort content. I could do this content, which I should do this content, right? Be like, this representative, Tom Tillis, recently released a video where he got a lot of very spicy messages. Take a look and then play somebody else's content. You know what I mean? Like, no commentary necessary. Just be like, this thing is happening in the world right now. Take a look.
You gotta see this. A Trump supporter got kicked out of a bar in Michigan for wearing a MAGA hat, and they had a complete meltdown on camera and started claiming discrimination. It's just too good. Take a look.
I have a question.
Like, where's the analysis?
If
Oh, he does do analysis at the end.
Yeah, it's interesting how the pro-business Republican Party is now attacking a business for operating in the way that they want to. You cannot call the police and claim discrimination if you're being kicked out for wearing a MAGA hat. You do not have a right to be in that business. No shoes, no shirt, no service. That's a principle here in the United States. And this video really encompasses MAGA because they have the biggest victim complex. If they're not served in a business that doesn't want to serve them, they'll claim that they're calling the cops on you. It's insane. You gotta see this.
Like, okay, this is not analysis. I love just having the lowest effort content. Like, what happened to, like, Trump's going to be a existential threat? So let me just say, hey, this is what somebody said. Take a look. Man, that's kind of crazy, isn't it? Well, come back tomorrow for this is what the person said tomorrow. Like,
we have some major breaking news. Donald Trump just invoked the Alien Enemies Act of 1798 to deport all Venezuelan migrants who are suspected to be part of a gang. In his proclamation, Donald Trump argued the Venezuelan gang...
Okay, chat, let me hear your thoughts. Is he going to explain why this is a bad thing? Or is he going to be like, man, this is crazy. How could Trump do this?
Tren de Agua was perpetrating, attempting, and threatening an invasion or predatory incursion against the territory of the United States, which is the legal threshold for invoking the 227-year-old war authority. Those subject to this law would be eligible to be...
He's just reading an article. He's just reading an article. Like, word for word.
Arrested, detained, and deported without any of the due process protections outlined in U.S. immigration law, which include opportunities to see a judge and request asylum. It'd also be processed under America's wartime laws. Trump has directed the DHS to...
He's still reading an article!
Apprehend, restrain, secure, and remove every Venezuelan migrant 14 or older who is deemed to be part of this gang. How they deem that, nobody really knows. Statute...
Okay, that was the first thing he said that was not written in the article.
Been invoked a couple of times in American history, with it most recently being used to justify Japanese internment camps in World War II. So obviously this is very illegal and very unjustified. Donald Trump does not have the authority to just invoke this law whenever he wants. We are in constitutional crisis. Donald Trump is pushing the bounds of his authority to do just whatever he wants, and he's hoping you won't pay attention. We have some major...
That's it? Not... this is what you should do. You should protest in this way. It's just, you should be aware. Donald Trump is violating constitutional authority, and you should just know about it. All right. See you tomorrow for what else Trump does. Like, my goodness. I think, like, I don't like Dean, right? I have not been very shy about my critique of Dean Withers. At least Dean is doing something, right? I can think debates are unproductive, right? But at least Dean is doing something. This guy, Harry, is literally just being like, hey, Trump did this thing, by the way. Here's this article that says this thing that Trump did. Man, it's bad. Okay, goodbye. See you tomorrow. Like, it's like Haley Welsh. All right, Nick. Going to bed. See you tomorrow. Okay, I didn't play that game.
Haley Welch.
Anywho, I'm going to bed. See you tomorrow. Oh, where's it at?
Anywho, I'm gonna go to bed, and I'll see you guys tomorrow.
This is so Oh my goodness, please never show me this again. Never show me this again. Never show me this again. Anyway, just find me the original video, please. I just want to see the video, please. Thank you.
But I mean, let's be clear, like all of us, as much as we can say it's experimental, like we all run, like I run a business as well. And I have operational costs, and it's cool when, like, for example, those operational costs, for example, afford me to go fly somewhere internationally first class, for example. I'm just using this as an example. So there's like an incentive for someone who's like operating a business to basically like have a successful operation that's going. So I'm sort of curious, like, not for the token price itself, but just in terms of the fact that there's fees that are being generated, there's an actual like
Hey
source
guys,
of income.
I hate to interrupt you, Nick. Hello there. But
Yeah.
anywho, I'm gonna go to bed, and I'll see you guys tomorrow.
Okay. And for I guess we're talking over here, and I don't know if, what the distribution is, but are you guys able to
Let's let
speak in
Haley
terms of
sleep.
like?
It's been a rough day. It's all good. We'll come back tomorrow, Nick. You know, we ain't going nowhere.
And she disappeared for like 5 months, by the way. Like she left for like 4 to 5 months. So yeah, that was pretty funny. Oh, but that's kind of what I get from like Harry. He says a news thing.
We have some major breaking news. A federal judge just blocked Donald Trump from using the Alien Enemies Act of 1798 to deport Venezuelan migrants. Just moments ago, U.S. District Judge James Boasberg ordered the Trump administration to immediately halt efforts to remove those Venezuelan migrants until he has more time to consider whether Trump's use of the Alien Enemies Act was illegal. The lawsuit, brought on behalf of 5 named Venezuelan immigrants, was provisionally turned into a class action lawsuit, meaning it serves as a block on deportation for all non-citizens in U.S. custody who are subjected to this law. The judge wrote, any plane containing these folks that is going to take off or is in the air needs to be returned to the United States. However that is accomplished, make sure it's complied with immediately. And when the judge wrote this, 2 planes containing Venezuelan migrants were in the air, one headed for El Salvador and one headed for Honduras. Those planes have to come back to the United States now. What Donald Trump did here with the Alien Enemies Act of 1798 is blatantly illegal. He can't just invoke this whenever he wants to target certain groups of people. Trump is trying to plunge us into constitutional chaos by testing the bounds of his authority, and this is exactly what happened today. If TikTok ever gets banned, my Instagram, my YouTube, and my Substack are linked in my bio. That's where I'm going to be. We have some major breaking news.
Okay. He's still reading a news article without putting the article on screen. Hey, he learned. Love that. Anywho, I'm going to go to bed. Anywho, I'm going to go to bed. Oh, we hit 26K. Yay. Whoa. Okay, let's move on. Anyway, sorry. So, on the sis. That's my nickname for Harry because we're cool like that. This person who, again, I found out is a conservative. And so if you don't know, Harry gets a lot of hate from MAGA people. Just because like he's an easy dunk. Hey, when people say that this just happened like moments ago with no date on the post. I mean, okay, to be fair, he does have a date right here. He says 03:15 at 7:59 p.m. EST. So he does put the date. in the description. What is this? Stop. The spoilers. That's spoilers. Chat, don't click the link. That's spoilers. So, what is the drama that Harry Sisson is involved in? Well, this tweet thread goes into it. Harry Sisson convinced 11 different women that he had no roster and respected them for more than their bodies, while persuading them to send explicit photos of themselves through Snapchat, including one of a domestic abuse survivor. When the women discovered each other one by one, he called them all insane and attempted to coerce one of them into telling the public that the photos were fake. In request to the reader, set political differences aside, I believe both sides of the aisle can agree this is unacceptable behavior from a man-child with collectively over 2 million followers. And so now I have to make sure that this person didn't leak the explicit photos, because like you never know with these people's things. Thread here.
Live, don't read on live. Yeah, I saw about this. Like actually lunatics. Like genuinely, this individual in question is insane.
Wait, who is that?
And so,
who is this? I thought this was Harry. This is another person. Random white guy 11. They're cloning him.
I'll say, yeah, I can share with Chris. I'll send.
Oh,
yeah, no.
Is this
like,
Chris?
Legitimately, Chris and I have been talking about.
No, this is not Chris. Okay, so this is not Chris or Harry or Dean or Parker. This is another person, somebody else. The other guy, Chris. No. This is not Chris. Because he said he's talking to this person saying, he will talk to Chris.
Screenshot. Yeah, no. Like legitimately, Chris and I have been talking about this for days now.
Uh-oh.
This individual
Wait,
is
who?
fucking crazy.
Wait,
bro.
what?
If you want to support the live.
Bro, that bro.
Mentos. I'm saying, dude. I am saying.
This is the dude who was on the liberal leftist 20 conservative versus one leftist Jubilee video before the election. No. That's Dean. Okay, chat. Let me explain. Actually, you know what? Here, because we'll do an easy guide for this, right? An easy guide for this. Dang it. It's not what I wanted to do. Okay. You know what? We'll just do. This. Cool. This. Is Harry Sisson. Okay. And now that I think about it, I probably could make the text just larger. This is Harry Sisson. Who we were just watching. This is Chris Mowry, who is like Harry Sisson's right-hand man, right? Chris Mowry. And in case you need to know like who Chris Mowry is specifically, he's a guy who always films videos in his car, yelling at the passenger seat type thing.
You looked at the stock market today. Have you looked at the stock market over the last month? I'm going to be completely honest. If you voted for Donald Trump, the orange buffoon, and you have any self-respect left, you should be angry. You should be very upset. You cannot run on I'm the master negotiator. Everyone else is stupid. The Biden economy is ruining your life. I'm going to have prices low on day one. The stock market
Is this guy Chris? Is it racist that I can't tell?
to keep going up, and then 1 month later be talking about I can't rule out a recession, but it's not my fault. Do you have any self-respect? All the people who told you on Fox News, all the people who told you on Twitter that the Biden economy is ruining everyone's life, and I
learned today that a woman in Georgia took abortion pills and experienced a very rare.
Like, okay, these two don't look the same. Oh, sorry, that was Little Joel. But a little bit though.
Democrats in the
But this picture does look like him. Okay, no, that is him. That is him for sure. That is him for sure. That is him. 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 This is him. This is Chris. Okay. Okay, we've established. Are we sure? I'm pretty sure. I need a picture of him from the side.
Let's go as fast as possible and
Like, look at the hair. The hair is, yeah. Look at the hair, chat.
you looked at the stock market today. Have you looked at the stock market over the last month? I'm going to be completely honest. If you voted, you should have go out. I can't rule out all those.
Bro, just look forward, please. Look forward. Stop looking at me.
Last month, there was a family traveling from Rio Grande.
Bro, what is up with this person's hair, dog? What is up with his hair?
Texas to Houston. Their daughter, 10 years old, had just had surgery.
Like,
so I have to ask you a little bit of background. You called.
I have no clue. We're gonna imagine it's the same person, right? Bro, look at his hair.
If you see me
What is going on here? What is happening?
debate on TikTok or Harry or Dean or Parker, one of our most passionate.
What is happening? That hair is insane.
Topics is January 6th, like the violent assault on the Capitol. I'm lucky enough right now to be standing.
Okay, but that's Dean. Honestly, this picture needs to change because it's not representative for how he looks now. His hair was actually fine here. Now his hair is like.
One of our most passionate. If you see me debate on TikTok or Harry or Dean or Parker, one of our most passionate topics is
perfect. That's Chris. Okay, now Dean. I use his more famous picture because you guys would at least know this picture. If you saw the Jubilee video. That's Dean. And then you have, okay, let me move all these over. One more. I don't know Parker's at. What is Parker's at? I don't know. I found a picture of Parker. Never mind, it's fine. What it says, Parker get a job? It's Parker. Is this higher quality? No, it's not. There. Actually, I'll put this here. This is a good picture to show a side by side of them all. Okay, and now I have to. I have to play this song.
I am Drew, I am Danny, and we are not the same person. We may have similar lives, we may have similar wives, but we are different nonetheless. And if you took the time to get to know us for a minute, you'd see that I'm Drew, and I am Danny. Yes, I am Drew, and I am Danny. My hair is brown, my hair is hazel. Look at our faces, look at our nasals. Why can't you see all the differences that I do? My eyes are baby blue, my eyes are a different shade of baby blue. People say our videos are similar just cause we both make videos about Lele Pons, Logan Paul, TikTok cringe, bad life hacks, Instagram comedians. People say we copy and agree a lot, I don't see it, yeah me neither. Dreaming of a day that the commentary genre will be all mine. Mine, oh mine. And I'm dreaming of a day people won't think I am the road work guy from the road work vine. I am Drew, I am Danny, and we are not the same person. We may have similar lives, we may have similar wives, but we are different nonetheless. And if you took the time to get to know us for a minute, you'd see that I'm Drew, and I am Danny, and I am Danny, and I am Danny. Why does nobody talk about how hard it is to be a skinny white guy on the internet? Why are there so many white guys on the internet? Can someone get all these white guys off the internet except for me and me? People think I copy Danny's videos. People think I copy Drew's videos. Why can't you get we don't copy each other's videos? We copy Cody Co's. Dreaming of a day when I don't hear people say I'm a knock.
Oh, that's not a. Oh, that did not age well. That aged like the milk in this screenshot. Oh. Rough. It was doing so well too.
Knock off Drew, knock off Drew. Dreaming of a day when you die in a fire and I get all your subscribers. What? I am Drew, I am Danny, and we are not the same person. We may have similar lives, we may have similar wives, but we are different nonetheless.
They do have similar wives. They show the wives earlier.
Not the same person. We may have similar lives, we may have similar wives, but we are different.
Like, they look like the same person. Like they do have they're yeah. Yeah. Yeah, not to sound like a racist, right? But they do look very similar, okay? I think they changed the lighting.
Our wives, but we are different nonetheless. And if you took the time to get to know,
Some of Drew and Danny never looked similar. It's not about necessarily looking similar. It's about, like, if you describe the person without giving a face, you could describe either one, right? A white YouTuber with like shortish, spikyish hair who makes comedy videos in the commentary genre with a specific focus on like TikTok cringe and you know, like YouTube, you know, commentary, like that. Like you can describe that. You're like, oh, do you mean Drew? You're like, yeah, I mean Drew. While you're actually thinking of Danny, you know, that's like kind of the point. Doing Power Cynical? No, Power Cynical is easy. Just describe somebody who likes like, inflation stuff, you know. Bada bing, bada boom, you chill. That's a distinction here. Drew and Danny are pretty similar.
us for a minute. You
Also,
see,
like they dress the same too. Like they have the same style of style. Drew's been bringing out some bangers recently. True. Drew has dipped more, kind of like Eddie Burback, into slightly political adjacent commentary. You know what I mean? Well, Danny's been pretty strict and fair in like his comedy drama sphere-ish type beat, you know? But anyway, yeah, there's a difference between them. Yeah, Dean, Parker, Harry, Chris. Dean, Parker, Harry, Chris. Dean, Parker, Harry, Chris. Chris, Harry, Parker, Dean. Dean, Harry, Parker, Chris. Dean, Chris, Harry, Parker, Dean, Parker, Chris, Harry, Harry, Chris, Dean, Parker, Chris, Parker, Dean, Harry, Harry, Parker, Dean, Harry, Chris. Is there going to be a test on this? Yes. Now I'm confused. Harry, liberal TikToker, you know, I think the most popular in the group, maybe besides Dean, maybe they're tied. Yeah, Dean does debates. Parker also does debates, but is less popular than Dean is because he didn't do Jubilee, the 1v20. But he's more debate prone, very direct in debates. Chris is just a guy with bad hair who makes videos in his car. And Harry's getting exposed, and that's what we're talking about now. You know? Now let's continue. Now that we know who this is. So it's this thread here, and it says, it's a bunch of pictures. And then Harry says, damn, you're sexy. And then she says, stop, don't. And then Harry says, I'd fuck you raw after wine tasting. But that's just me. But that's just me. But that's just me. But that's just me. And that's a little taste of what we get into. Several women involved have made their stances public, but the videos are not receiving much traction, while Harry's system continues to collect millions of views from his videos claiming that he is a supporter of women and champion of women's rights.
I've been trying to figure out how I want to word a video regarding this. But I think what I'm going to just say is I've never been the woman that has called out behavior like this. I've never been one of these people. And if you have been, fucking props to you. Because I don't think anybody could comprehend.
Squads already been exposed early into their flourishing careers. I mean, Dean got exposed like 2 years ago, or like last year. And which one's Harry again? This one. All right, I'll keep this here to open up whenever somebody asks as a guide, so you guys know. Bad hair? No. Bad hair is Chris, chat. Bad hair is Chris. Harry is the formerly racist. No. Dean is the former racist. Harry's not the former racist from what I understand, okay? Harry is the DNC dick writer, OG DNC dick writer, Democratic hype house, met Joe Biden, riding for Biden. Harry. Chris, bad hair, makes video and it's in his car, yelling at a screen, right? Less popular Harry, right? Dean, formerly racist debate TikToker who debates Trump supporters every day and did Jubilee. Parker is a pure debate bro on TikTok, did Jubilee as well, but didn't get as much traction on Jubilee, and he just makes consistent hardline debate content. All right? Does that make sense? Am I describing them adequately? Yes, DNC Harry, bad hair Chris, Spider Dean, and Parker Debater. Exactly. That's all you need to know. DNC Harry, bad hair Dean, DNC Harry, bad hair Chris, Spider Dean, and then Parker is the debater. Debater Parker. Okay? How was Dean formerly racist? I mean, he admitted it himself. He's used slurs. Dropped the N-word and the F slur. As recently as like 3 years ago now. Oh yeah, sorry, excuse me. He's completed this 3 steps of apology, accountability, and genuine change in his character. So I can't bring it up anymore. Anyway.
How genuinely terrifying it is to do something like this. Yeah. I really, send me how you stop having fucking heart palpitations. I've been trying to figure out.
Wait, okay, this video didn't really explain anything. Carly, one of Harry's victims, has described the situation in the most detail, and we'll just watch the videos. It's a 5-minute video. Okay, buckle in, chat. Buckle in. Buckle up.
I got played by a TikTok. I got played by a TikTok influencer for 9 months, and I think it's time that I expose his trashy ass behavior. We started talking in May of last year, right before my birthday, and he like wooed me.
Okay. Being wooed by Harry Sisson is not something that I would willingly volunteer, but I'll let her cook. This is her story. I'll let her cook.
He was very kind. I felt really excited and thankful that I found somebody who, at the time, I thought respected me for more than my physical appearance. And yeah, I literally could have never imagined or even like fathomed what was gonna end up happening after talking for 9 months. I'm really embarrassed to admit this, but I created a private story on Snapchat for just him and named it For Your Eyes Only, and he loved it. He loved the attention that I was giving him and the fact that he knew that I wasn't entertaining anybody else the way I was entertaining him. Within the first 2 to 3 months, he had told me on 2 separate occasions that I was wife material and that he was, quote unquote, sold on my wifey application. He was frequently saving my snaps and just like making me feel good about myself, call me beautiful and gorgeous. So it's like, how could I not read into that? 6 months into talking, he suddenly is like, I'm not looking for any commitment and I'm not in a place to find anything long-term right now. I'm just really busy, blah, blah, blah. And like, I was understanding. I was fine keeping things casual. However, I couldn't help but feel that he led me on. And he even admitted to that. He's like, yeah, that's on me for like not making my intentions clear.
Okay, we're only a minute and a half in, and I don't want to defend Harry too much. But like, nothing she's described is like led into Harry being like a bad person. Like she said that he was very communicative and upfront with his intentions, and even if when he wasn't upfront with his intentions, he apologized for not being as upfront as he should have been originally. And so like nothing is insanely crazy about this in the first place. Let's keep going. Maybe I'll keep going. I'm gonna give you my thoughts from the offset, from what she described so far.
Okay. He tells me a couple more times
That he wanted to
after
marry her.
that.
Yeah, he was lying. He's 20 years old, or he's 23. You know what I mean? Like he's a child. I don't think you should take a 22-year-old, 23-year-old being like, I want to marry you. Like seriously. You know what I mean? That's just love bombing. I don't know. Like love bombing is not necessarily like that. You know, there's a difference between like normal, like honeymoon phase of like the talking stage or an early stage of a relationship and like love bombing, right? Like showing up to people's like to her house, giving her flowers, chocolate, you know, doing grandiose gestures of love very early in a relationship when you very clearly have no intention of it continuing in the first place, right? As opposed to like maybe feeling strong feelings at the beginning and not having those feelings persist into forever, you know? Like I think there's a difference here. If we don't know her story at this point, she could be tepid about accusations or building to it. She could be. I'm just giving you my thoughts of what I've seen thus far. I'm saying so far, there's nothing that's crazy.
He doesn't want commitment. And then next thing I know, he's posting a soft launch thirst trap of him and his new girlfriend 2 weeks ago. Actually, prior to this, I had found out that he fucked around with somebody else by him going live on TikTok and showing hickeys on his neck. That's how I literally found out that he was fucking around. And so I confronted him about it, right? Like any normal person would do. And he got all defensive and started like gaslighting me. Basically saying that I was like overreacting and all this stuff. And I was like, you're kidding me, right?
And I will also say that I'm not the biggest fan of how gaslighting is kind of just used as this like catch-all term. Were they dating? No, they were not dating. Not gaslighting, just belittling and invalidating. Yeah, like it's not, yeah. Because gaslighting is about like a persistent pattern of behavior. And it's not just somebody being like, I think you're lying about this. Or I don't think you're right about this. Or you're overreacting like one time. Like it's not the same thing.
Keep in mind, he was well aware of the fact that I was very depressed following a very traumatic car accident that I had been in. And he still took advantage of my sadness. Anywho, I forgot to mention, but we were mutual.
Okay. That's probably the strongest claim that she's made so far. But I don't like the anywho, moving on past this. I'm not the biggest fan of that, because that's like that claim requires more you know what I mean, that requires that should be the bulk of the video, right? If you were like depressed in a unwell state with your mental health, and then you think Harry took advantage of that, right, in order to, you know, pull a like physical or emotional connection from you as a crutch, disregarding your own mental well-being, like that's abusive behavior. I don't feel like that should be like, all right, let's just jump over that into something else personally.
On TikTok, mutuals on Instagram. I was his only friend on Facebook, and I have receipts of this, of course, but he's trying to remove me from everything. He demanded that I unsave everything on Snapchat. because he had a new girlfriend and it was like out of respect for her. Bro, you don't know the first thing about respecting women.
Okay, again, not to defend Harry here, but like, yeah, if there was, again, I don't know if there was intimate pictures being sent back and forth, but it's not outside of the realm of normalcy to reach out to somebody you were intimate with and ask them to delete their intimate material. That's completely normal for you to do. Like, I don't know. It's not like you can't be like, well, you don't respect women, so I'm not gonna respect your autonomy by deleting your nudes or at least your sexting messages with me. Again, the asshole isn't cancelable. I mean, yeah, if we get back to the root of it, for what we've seen so far, if he was talking to 11 women at the same time, that's a bit much. You know what I mean? That's 11 women is kind of crazy. You feel me? That may be indicative of something that Harry should work on himself. But if this is just like we were talking, but we weren't dating, and I wanted and expected more, and he did not give me more, and it was a miscommunication, I think this is like kind of blown out of proportion, personally. But there's 11 women, and there are multiple allegations, and so I would like to hear them all out. He's definitely a cheater. It's not cheating if you're not dating. You know what I mean? Like, if you're not in an exclusive relationship that is determined by both parties, it's not cheating. You know what I mean? He's a player more than a cheater. Yeah. These are situationships, not actual relationships. Yeah. And could that be like bad as well? Yeah. I think that is, like player behaviors. If you feel as though that is incomprehensible to you, and you feel there's a miscommunication there, you are completely valid in feeling that way, right? If you thought you were moving from like the talking stage or a situationship into a relationship, and that's how Harry made it out to seem at the beginning, and then only to immediately change it at a moment's notice, I can understand, right? Was with the wifey comment though. I mean, people call people wifey all the time. You know what I mean? Like, people don't say wifey as in like, I'm going to marry you in the future. You feel me? Like that's not how it's used. Right? And it's fair to be like, he shouldn't have said like your wifey material or you should be my wifey or whatever. You know what I mean? It's like we can have that conversation, but like it's not indicative of like love bombing. I also think that like sexual health wise, they should still disclose if they're seeing other people, especially that many. Well, again, we don't know how many, like if he's actually seeing people. And that's kind of the problem. We don't know if he's like in person hooking up with a bunch of people. Right? But even then, if I meet somebody like in a bar or something, the assumption is that like they're meeting other people and they're seeing other people. Even if we go on a few dates, if we're not exclusive, the assumption is it's fine if I see other people and it's fine if you see other people because you're not exclusive. Once you break that barrier into exclusivity, that is a conversation that both people need to have, right? Or agree to. And then if that boundary is broken, that is established, then that's cheating. For 9 months, yeah. Like, it's not outside of the realm of normalcy to like talk to somebody pretty consistently when you are single to like have that like association with companionship. You know what I mean? Like, I've done it. Yeah, especially on the internet. I say if both parties are not setting clear boundaries about exclusivity, that they need to maybe address all the red flags between the two of them. I mean, sure, in an ideal world, but like, I think in the absence of setting a boundary, right, you cannot have the assumption that the boundary exists. Like, if she did not set the boundary of like, I want to be exclusive, and Harry said yes or no, then she cannot assume that Harry's talking to her in an exclusive manner. Right? Isn't wifey AAVE? Yes. You know what I mean? It'd be easy to be honest and avoid drama later if you are openly state that you are for/not for exclusivity right from the jump. Which, even in the situation that she's describing, Harry established that he could have been more communicative in the past. Right? And like, he should have been more communicative and direct in his intentions. And so I'm not going to defend him on this, because he establishes that like he should have been more communicative. But like, again, assuming malice in the situation when they very clearly could have just been a miscommunication is a bit weird.
Jump to last night, I find out that he was leading somebody else on at the same time he was leading me on. And my world was shook. I DM'd her because I saw a comment she left on his backup account, I guess is what you could call it. And she was like, oh my God, I think we went through the same thing.
This is, can we just say again, this happens when white people try to use a black slang without qualified representative in the room? True.
And I was like, no freaking way, girl, spill. And so, long story short, we talked literally probably 6-7 hours last night, exposing everything. Early on in the conversation, she tells me that he had told her in December that he had no roster. What the fuck do you call me? You're talking to me for 7 months at that point, and you're gonna say that you have no roster. I see.
Like, again, yeah, like, shitty? Yeah. It's a shitty thing to do. He should not have done it. But, like, it's not crazy. You know? Also, roster is also AAVE, by the way. For the chatters who are like, what's roster? What does that mean? You could probably use context clues to figure it out. It just means like, it's like a sports term to indicate players that were like on a team. And so like, it's like saying that you have no roster means like you're not talking to anybody else. He has like a lineup. Right? Not necessarily bodies, because body refers to any prior sexual encounters you had specifically, even if they're not currently on the, like, if somebody gets traded, like Anthony Davis being traded to whatever team he got traded to, I don't know, sports, he's no longer on like the roster, right? But, like, bodies just means like your previous sexual encounters, essentially. Bodies, but like right now, yeah. She's saying things like, OMG, my world was shook, talking about a roster. There's a difference between this is drama being mistaken trauma. I mean, I think she was hurt by Harry, which she's valid to be hurt by Harry. But saying like she's like Harry's victim when like this is just nothing like outside of the realm of normal dating so far. I don't want to speak to anything else, but her feelings aren't trauma. They're just not. Yeah. Are people not able to figure out what she's saying by context clues? I think they just might not be familiar with the words, you know? Like, oh, roster, I've never heard this used in this way. You know?
She shared screenshots of their conversations. I shared screenshots of ours. And we basically came to the conclusion that he is a despicable, disgusting fuckboy.
Okay, sure. I don't disagree with that. Well, why are we here?
He sits here on his platform of almost 2 million followers and preaches respect for women and believing women, blah, 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 blah. And then he...
Okay, but it's not like...
disrespected us so grossly.
Okay. Okay. Um. Okay. I don't even know. She's extrapolating her experience to all women. Does she know what believe women is in reference to? Honestly, I don't think so. Because these claims are being like levied from like MAGA accounts to like try to take down Harry because of his political leanings. And so I don't know who this person's political position, but it may very well be that she doesn't understand what like believe women means because she might be like a Republican and using it to like take down Harry. Again, I don't know, but like these claims are being levied by or being promoted by like conservatives to like, you know, take down Harry.
Asked for extremely intimate images, made us both think that we were the only one he was talking to. And then he started dating somebody else. So we have no idea how long she was in the picture. This is just a very broad outline of the story, and I'm more than happy to do a follow-up with receipts and more details, but I literally could not sit on this information for any longer, and I had to just get it out there because I quite literally could have...
College age? Yes. Yes, they are. Yes, they are. Yes, they are. Yep. They are a year younger than I am, which is kind of insane because I cannot see myself acting like this. I'm going to be real.
Burst into flames at this point because I'm so angry. But yeah, he's wishing everyone a happy International Women's Day after telling people on live earlier that I'm insane. So, yeah.
I love that, like, the insinuation of, like, oh, you claim to respect women, but you didn't respect me. Like, that's not how that works. That's not how that works. To be fair, that's a liberal take. Yeah.
You're clocked, buddy.
You're clocked, buddy. That's not even how that's not how you use that word. I just clocked your T, sis.
Your wish is my command.
Okay, well, she's back. Okay, she's back with an 8-minute and 35-second video, bro. How much more can you add to this? Okay, I'm locked in. I'm so locked in.
I had been following this political influencer for a couple months prior to me DMing him, basically just offering my support and telling him that I was proud of what he was doing and that I was learning a lot from him. A little bit after that.
This is what I'll say about Harry. This is a Harry L. Don't date fans. You should learn this in your influencer school. He probably didn't read the packet. Don't date fans. This would solve all of his issues. Don't do it. Don't do it. He was sick that day, yeah.
I shared with him that I was a survivor of SA, and if he ever needed a victim's perspective during one of his TikTok live debates, I would be willing to share my story.
He
was really nice about it.
I don't think my girlfriend would like that very much, Shatter.
Was supportive, thanked me for sharing with him, and also for my willingness to speak on it if he ever needed somebody to. Okay. After talking just like a couple more times in Instagram DMs, I was like, hey, like you should add me on Snapchat if you want to. And he did. So that was in May, like right before my birthday.
Okay.
Pretty quickly into us Snapchatting, he started saving snaps where I just like looked pretty, I guess. And if you know, you know. Like, that's a compliment. It wasn't anything inappropriate. It was just very flattering because I looked good. And he was kind of telling me that by wanting to keep those pictures of me in our chat. Shortly then after that, it became more of like an inappropriate infatuation with me. And he kind of hinted.
What do you mean? You reached out to him. You told him to add you on Snapchat. And so what was he doing that was inappropriate? Like those were the signs you were given. Like you were given that. Like that. Is this how people my age flirt? Yes, it is. So like she made all the moves? Yeah, so I'm confused. Like if she was like, if he was pursuing her, I'd be like, okay. He had like a, he thought this was something that it wasn't. But like from what she was saying, be like, reaching out to him, and she means professionally inappropriate. They're on Snapchat. There's no professionality on Snapchat. You're on Snapchat for nudes. What are we talking about here? If you're using Snapchat in the big 2025, you're on Snapchat for nudes. Like, he should not be talking to fans. I will point that out, that you should not do that. This never goes well. Get on Raya. But like, are we going to sit here and act like there was not reciprocation in this way? Like, they did not have a professional relationship on Snapchat. You don't move communications onto Snapchat to have a professional relationship. Or, like, you do it for the dirty stuff. Or didn't she reach out first? Yes.
Hinted at that by saying something along the lines of, I had some like interesting or sexy pictures of me on my Instagram. And I was like, oh, okay. Granted, this was highly unexpected because I was like, you don't act this way at all on TikTok. I honestly didn't expect to like start talking because of my original DM. But obviously I was excited too because I had a lot of respect for him. I thought he was like this champion for women, supported our rights, berated people who disrespected women and just all that stuff that.
Okay, so what did she want giving him her Snapchat? Like, yes, this is the guy who reads articles on TikTok. Like, she thinks finding her attractive and disrespectful. I don't even believe that. Right? Because she said that they were talking for 9 months, like, and she wanted it to become more as well. So I don't even think that she thinks that him finding her attractive is disrespectful. I think it's just a way to tell the story to make Harry be the villain. And it's like, it's exaggerating the behaviors that he did early on to justify the video coming now. You know what I mean? Yeah, like, she's mad. Like, and she's hurt. And she's completely valid to be hurt in this situation. By the way, I want to point that out. She's completely valid to be hurt in this situation. Right? But like, such as for situationships before you know someone enough to give them your number. Yeah. True stay mad queen. Yeah.
Makes a woman feel safe, right? Not long after we started snapping, I made some joke about probably having a bunch of competition, and he then told me that I had no competition and said that he was content, implying that he was content with just me. At another point, he told me that my opinion was the only one that mattered. So of course I like ate that stuff right up. Like I was so excited and just like completely shocked, and obviously like way too trusting. So time's passing, he's still saving a bunch of my snaps. I start saving snaps that he's sending as replies because one, they made me feel good, and
That's talking to
two,
fans this way falls under inappropriate category as a content creator, not highly, but absolutely weird activity. Definitely doesn't seem like it should be a major, this major of an attempt to blow up. I think it's understandable to acknowledge. Not really. Like, I think talking to fans is bad as bad form, but not inappropriate if the fan is like of age. You know what I mean? Like, I think it's bad form generally, and it should generally be avoided, but it's not inherently like, you know, abusive. Cause like she's an adult who can make an adult decision as well. Right? And like, especially if she was like initiating contact, like that's kind of a weird thing to do. You know what I mean? Would taboo be the right word? I guess it could, but taboo also gets the connotation of being like worse than it is, right? I do think it's I think it's weird and in poor taste, and you should try to avoid doing that. Right? But like it's also not like inherently like cancelable immediately, right? There's other context that has to be taken into account when it comes to that. You know what I mean? Especially, again, these people are like 20, 22, 23 at this point. Like, also Harry isn't really cultivating parasocial relationships with his content. It's not personal to him in the way that he's reading articles. Yeah. I kind of see the reaching out as fan part as a tad bit worse than him flirting with 11 people. Both parts work together and make it cheating to do, but it's not criminal. Yeah. But also he didn't reach out to her. Again, if he reached out to fans, I think that is worse than like fans reaching out to him and you're having like professional conversations that then grow into something more if the fan is of age, obviously, right? That's a bit different. If he's like using his fan base as a dating pool and trying to like if he's scrolling through his comment sections and seeing people replying and DMing them like freaking Drake does, being like, yo, you a baddie, you know, let me get your Snapchat. That would be gross. Right? But in a situation where like somebody reaches out to you and you engage professionally as a creator, and then that turns into something else, I don't think that is inherently a bad thing. I wouldn't do it still personally. You know what I mean? But like DDG didn't get in trouble for dating his fans? Or didn't DDG? Because power dynamics exist doesn't mean he exploited them. Exactly. That's actually a great point. Just because the power dynamics exist does not mean he exploited them. Exactly. It would still be kind of predatory if he reached out to fans for sexual reasons, even vice versa. There's a very particular kind of power imbalance. I mean, the power imbalance is there, but again, does not mean that he necessarily exploited it, right? Because at that point, we're just saying that no creator could ever date somebody who knows who they are, ever, at any point. It is inherently unethical in every instance. If you are a creator and somebody is aware of you and knows who you are, you must be canceled if you date that person. Like there's a level of nuance here that's not just like, oh, if a person knows a creator, then like the creator is exploiting those power dynamics in an abusive way. I'm not saying never, but I feel like most of the time it's just not a good idea. But that's my point. My point is I would stay away from that. I wouldn't do it, and I would not date fans generally, right? But like, again, there's a level of nuance there that I feel like it's reductive to reduce it down to just being like, oh, someone is a fan of you and you talk to them, you're being abusive, you know? And like, what's the level at this point? Like, does somebody need to have 10,000 TikTok followers to not be a fan anymore and be another creator? Like, what is, I don't know what the, again, there's nuance here. Bottom line is that if her biggest concern was that he was talking to other people, she has a nothing burger. Yeah. I think it's fair to call him a predatory, but yeah, I do think it's he's a bit of a weirdo. I don't think he's a weirdo for like engaging with her, right? Again, I think it's bad form. I don't think it's a weird thing to do. They're both of age, right? It's not a crazy thing to do. Like I don't think it's any different than scrolling through your Instagram Explore page, seeing an attractive woman, reaching out to her, she reciprocates and you start dating. You know what I mean? Well, that's the same thing. The same thing essentially, right? And I say that because that happened to my freaking sister. Somebody found her on like Instagram Explore page and DM'd her, and they started dating. He cheated on her, but like that's a different situation. These women not have agency to make their own adult decisions, regardless when regarding who they wanted to engage with, or am I missing something? Yeah. New here just got in the chat. What creator are we talking about? Oh, we're talking about Harry Sisson. This one. Oh, this guy. The only weird thing is him knowing she wants something more serious. Like, yes, he should have made it clear. I guess he did make it clear later on, but if she was looking for more, he should have just broken it off if she wasn't going to do it herself. But that's, again, expecting that he knew what she wanted. You know what I mean? We're assuming that, like, he knew that she wanted more and that he didn't think that she was content with the current situation as well. Leave rub your forehead, please. I'm not letting you do that. Didn't she say she wanted more? I mean, she could say that she wanted more, but she did not say that, like, she told him she wanted more. You know what I mean? She did not say that she said that to him. And there's a whole cast of characters here. Oh, and I was just trying to make the distinction between Harry Sisson, Chris Mowry, Dean Withers, and Parker. So we're talking about this one, this guy here. That's funny. She said when they discussed it, he said, yes, I led you on, and I'm sorry. Yeah. You said there's a distinction, but I don't see it.
Now I'm glad I have them as receipts because he's calling me insane online. When September came around, I told him that the anniversary of my essay was coming up, and so he was well aware of this. And then on the night of September 15th, before he went live to debate on TikTok, he messaged me just wanting to check in, seeing how I was doing. And to me, that spoke volumes. I was like, that's really sweet of you. Thank you for checking in. And then after he was done debating, he tried to FaceTime me, but unfortunately I had already fallen asleep. Anyway, he attempted to call me. I didn't answer. He messaged me and told me to answer. And since I was sleeping, I didn't see it till the next morning. But when I saw that I had a missed call, again, I was like, how sweet is this that he really took the time out to want to check in with me on the night he knew was going to be very difficult for me to sleep. I think that kind of says a lot about how he felt about me. I don't know. Of course.
Okay. So this, I think, leads down to, again, miscommunication, right? In that, like, she's taking these things as, like, signs that he's like in love with her and wants to marry her, and he's just like just doing normal person things. Like if you tell somebody that like, hey, this is the anniversary of my sexual assault, it's coming up soon and it's making me anxious, and that time comes and like they're like, oh yeah, deal with it yourself, like that would be a bad person. But if they're like, hey, just checking in, I know this is gonna be a hard day for you, I want to call you, make sure you're all right, like that's a normal, it is a nice thing to do. And I will say that it's not like the bare minimum, but it is going a step above what the bare minimum is. It's, you know, it's what a very good friend would do, right? Like it's what a good friend would do, as opposed to like an acquaintance or like a normal friend, you know? But like taking that to be like, he's deeply in love with me because he cares about me this much, and then that not being the case is like, you know what I mean? I don't know. I don't keep track of my sexual assault anniversary. I'm not gonna speak on like sexual assault survivors about what they can and cannot do. Like if you want to keep track of the anniversary, go off. So I'm not gonna chastise her for that, but like it is a weird expectation that like, again, it's a miscommunication of like priorities. She thought that Harry was in love with her. Harry was not in love with her. It should have been hashed out to begin with. Both parties are at fault. Harry should have been more upfront about his intentions. She should have asked his intentions from the jump. It's that simple. By their own standards, isn't he a victim of their actions? They refused to delete things when the casual relationship ended. Not only when the casual relationship ended, but when he asked them to. Right? I think that's the bigger part, right? Like being like, oh, you're asking me to delete, you know, like potentially sexual by nature messages or videos or photos. Well, you've wronged me, so I'm actually going to keep them via spite, is like not something I would have like admitted on my own profile personally. That is kind of gross. I think Harry should have made it clear she's the fan he shouldn't have led her on. But like, she's an adult person. Like at a certain point, there's you know what I mean? You exceed the layer of, you know, creator fan interaction. Cause like, let's be real. He's not like a A-list celebrity. He's a TikToker. All right. We're talking about like, you know, how much of a fan she is. Like he's a TikToker. He's not like an A-list celebrity. He's not have like, you know, insane amounts of like power or wealth. You know, they are both 22, 23-year-old adults. Like she could very well, you know, make her intentions known as well. Yeah, but there's too much power imbalance here. I think you're wrong. I think you're incorrect. There is a power imbalance, sure, but there's not like, we're not talking about the president, bro. We're not talking about somebody who has like political influence. We're talking about a TikToker here. We're talking about a TikToker who like gets 100,000 views a video. You know what I mean? Like, we can acknowledge that there's being some power dynamic, right? But like to sit there and act like he holds all the cards here because he's a TikToker and she's a fan when she's an adult who can make her own decisions. Like there's nothing stopping her from asking his intentions in the first place. Right? Like, she could have done that. Like, it'd be different if it was somebody of Hassan's status. Yeah, even if somebody of Hassan's level, I think it would be different, right? We're talking about a TikToker. TikTokers are just normal people. You can sneeze on TikTok and get 1,000 or 100,000 followers. You know what I mean? There have been people who have sneezed on TikTok in a funny way and have gotten 100,000 followers. And that being the case, if somebody has, oh, I've seen your sneezing TikTok. Sorry, I can't date you. I can't date you. You've seen my sneezing TikTok. You are a fan of mine, and there's a power imbalance here. Do we not see that? That's kind of insane. That will be kind of wild. Like, oh, you're the Charlie bit my finger kid. Yeah, that was me 15 years ago. You can't go on dates anymore. I have to end the relationship here. You know of my Charlie bit my finger vine. There's a power imbalance here. No more. No more. Like that's a bit crazy to expect from people. So while I do acknowledge that creators do have some amounts of power imbalance, there's a level of nuance there that, like, it is now not a catch-all term for, like, if you now do normal things in relationships incorrectly, like if you're just a little bit less communicative, you can now be canceled on the internet for it because you're a TikToker because there's a power imbalance. You know what I mean? Like, oh, you didn't open the door for your first date. You went on with like a fan. You can now be canceled because you didn't do chivalry correctly. And there's a power imbalance here. Like, yeah. I don't know. It's just I don't. It is a weird thing to do. You know, all creators have the same level of influence which translates to power. Yeah, if we're talking about, like, I don't know, who's a popular male TikToker? Chase Huddy or whatever. That's his name, right? Chase Hudson. This guy who has 30 million followers on TikTok, right? Who? Exactly. What happened to him? I guess he's a singer now. Reminder, this was filmed in silence. Okay, watching this video became so much more enjoyable when I read that comment. This is how it was filmed. You just hear. You just hear the clothes of flapping. Oh, wait, the squeaky shoes audio is so funny. Wait, okay. That's so funny. Okay, hold on. Oh, it's so good. Okay, I don't even remember how we got here in the first place. Anyway, like if this person who's like an established like 30 million follower, you know, TikToker, who like is like in what's it called? In cohort with like actual celebrities. Like that person would have like, even then it wouldn't be the same thing as like Leonardo DiCaprio and a 25-year-old, or sorry, 24-year-old. He doesn't do 25-year-olds. but like, it would be like worse than like Harry Sisson. So while the power imbalance does does exist, it's like, you know, there's still some agency here that like you can take initiative and like ask his intentions.
Of course, I was holding on to this for a while because I really just thought he went above and beyond. And
also, like, how is that his fault? Like, I feel sorry for her that like she feels as though somebody just checking in on her is like a sign of like starstruck love. But like, how is that Harry's fault? That like she was in a place where like a normal action can like be blown up to like that proportion in her mind. You know? You guys talk about raising the bar for men, but call casual check-in above and beyond. I mean, I think there is some truth to like, you know, that a lot of men wouldn't do that. But like, again, he would have been canceled for being dismissive of the anniversary. That's, yeah.
I really just thought he was like this amazing person who saw me as more than my body. But
like, this could be true while he's also being a player. I don't, maybe this is the man in me. I don't find those as incongruent. Like, he could be a nice, amazing, good person to you while also being that to somebody else at the same time. You know what I mean?
My African princess.
Like,
Joybees_ just subscribed.
and if you wanted exclusivity, you should have said, I want exclusivity. I want you to be exclusive to me. Right? I want you to be mine. You should have said, I want to date you. And this goes into a deeper problem with like the way that society is set up, where like a lot of women don't feel like they have the agency to be proactive in that way towards men. Right? They feel like the man has to be the person who like chases and like initiates contact and like, you know, starts a relationship. Like, but you can do that. You as a person can be like, I think you're great. I think you're awesome. I think you're super amazing. I want you to be exclusively dating me, right? Until we stop doing this whole thing. You know what I mean? I want you to, I want to go steady with you or something. You know, like, you can do that thing. And that's entirely fine. Let's see, she made an exclusive snap for him. That's supposed to be good enough. You're right.
not too long after that, it all became even more intensely inappropriate and just like...
How is it inappropriate? You're in a situationship. You're in a non-exclusive relationship, essentially. How is it inappropriate? Like, is he like what, like you're in a relationship, essentially. She threw out bait and got upset when he took it? Yes! How is it inappropriate when you're both down for it? I don't know. I don't know. I don't know.
Like the things that he was requesting from me, that kind of took me by surprise. But yeah, I kind of just like put up with it because I was like, well...
Like, what do you mean put up with it? You're engaging in this relationship together. You keep saying inappropriate when she means intimate? No, but she just said she put up with it. Like, she's saying that he's violating her boundaries, but she is demonstrating that no boundaries were set. Like, I'm confused. I am confused. She's 25. I assume that she's the same age as Harry, which is 23, but I don't know her, like, actual age. So I assume that she's 23. She's around that age, right? 22, 23, 24, around that age, right? Because if she was younger, if she was like 18 years old, that would be the actual issue, in my personal opinion. If Harry at 23 is like, you know, engaging with like freshly 18-year-old fans, right? Because they started talking right before her birthday, that would be the problem. Right? But she's 22. Her TikTok page says she's 24. So says her Insta. Okay, I'm getting mixed signals here. We'll split the difference at 23. How about that?
Well, he respects me. That kind of took me by surprise. But yeah, I kind of just like put up with it because I was like, well, he respects me, right? He respects.
Wait, okay, so you allowed or did a certain level of allowance in a sexual / romantic / intimate relationship because you liked the person? Yes, that's normal. She's saying, well, I liked him, so I let him ask me for nudes. Like, that's usually what you do for people you like, right? If you didn't like him, you would not have allowed it. And because you liked him, you did. And that's a normal thing. They ever meet in person? From what she has demonstrated so far, no. No. From what she has demonstrated so far, they have not met in person. This has been a purely online Snapchat relationship.
Me for more than the physical attraction. From like late October onward,
Wait, but he checked in on her for her sexual assault anniversary. So like I don't know. Again, I feel like I'm doing like the Harry Defense Brigade at this point. But like he was being reciprocal past like the purely physical and intimate. Unless I'm mistaken. Like he wasn't like, yeah, no, I don't care about that, just give me nudes. Like he was being a partner. I'm so confused. I'm so confused. Like
started to
can we
pull
restart? I don't have the energy in me to restart.
back just a little bit, and I let it go for a while without saying. He started to pull back just a little bit, and I let it go for a while without saying anything. But then late November, I was like, look, you like rarely snap me anymore. If you don't want to talk, like just communicate that with me. And he said that that wasn't the case. And then I had told him that if he was talking to any other women the way he was talking to me, then he needed to unsave my snaps because like I'm not that bitch. And
okay. He needed to unsave my snaps. Why? Okay. Like, I can't tell if she's talking about nudes or if she's talking about like just the pictures of her looking pretty she talked about before. Like, because if she's talking about her nudes, I thought these were texts like on the phone. I mean, they could also be texts as well. Like, so if she's saying, I think she might be using like unsave my snaps as a way to say stop talking to me and like lose my number. Cause like back in my day, we said lose my number, right? If you're talking to any other girls, lose my number. Like that's what people said. So if she's saying it like that, then like, I'm like, okay, but like, yeah, or kick rocks. So this is your peer? No, she is not. We are not peers. But are they even dating? No. No, they're not dating. They are not dating. They're not dating. Is she 24? Isn't she your peer? No, we're not peers. We are not peers, okay? I am in a happy, committed relationship, and me and my girlfriend don't do this. We met in person, not online. She didn't know who I was when we met, and we are chilling right now. Come get your peer, I will ban you. Stop it. How are they not worse for publicly airing them out the snaps that he asked them to delete? That's a great question. I was living in your big ass living room filming this slot. This living room is quite large, actually. I did not notice that. I see the banister there. I know you rich. I know you got money.
Me, then he needed to unsave my snaps because like I'm not that bitch. And he said that he wasn't talking to other women like that. He wasn't hooking up with anybody because he quote unquote never does that.
I mean, but you guys also weren't hooking up. Sorry, you all also weren't hooking up. You both also weren't hooking up. So like, what are we talking about here? Like, so if he was more committed with somebody else, you were the side piece. Like, if we're being real, and like, maybe that was wrong of him to do to you. And like, I think that like side piece culture is not great, but you know what I mean? And again, I think he should have been communicative if that was the case, if he was talking to other people and she asked. That is a bad thing, but like it's not cancelable. They even have each other's phone number, just Snapchats so far. I think she DM'd him on either TikTok or on Instagram, and then they moved to Snapchat because she said, hey, can you add me on Snapchat? And keep in mind, chat, this is the first person. There's apparently 11 women. So we're going to get through this quickly because there are maybe potentially 10 more situations that we have to get through. Which again is my part where I'm saying that's crazy. All right. 11 women at the same time is wild. That is wild. Is this the damning one? I don't know.
And I believed him. I literally believed everything he said all the time. All the time. And that was very naive of me, I admit. From that conversation, I thought there was this understanding that if he was going to be fucking around or flirting with anybody else, asking for pics from them, he needed to delete mine.
You're not dating. And again, I'll say that's a boundary. That's a fine boundary to have. If you're like, I want to send you nudes because I think we're just sending each other nudes, that's a fine boundary. Like, I'm not like you are allowed to have that boundary, right? But she didn't tell him this boundary until like the very end of the relationship, it assumes. Like, they started talking in April, and it wasn't until like December where she made this boundary. You know?
Unfortunately, it took me a couple more months to figure out that he wasn't respecting that request whatsoever. Then February comes around and he shows up on TikTok live with hickeys on his neck. So I was like, obviously there's someone else and you're being dishonest with me. Of course I had to address this because I was hurt and I had every right to be. Not long after that, he discloses that he's seeing her. And I was like, oh, see, I thought you didn't want commitment, but that's my dad.
Like, you are, in this situation, you are allowed to be hurt by this, right? Somebody being like, I don't want commitment, and you not picking up on the fact that they don't want commitment with you is one thing. And I've been this person, by the way. When I was in 9th grade, I was talking to this girl. We were chilling, we were cooling. It wasn't even commitment. But it was sex. And it was like, no, I'm not ready to have sex. We break up, and then like immediately she's having sex with somebody else. Like that's one thing, you know? Like you don't understand, you don't get the fact that like when people say like either I don't want commitment or like I don't want to have sex, is sometimes it's like I don't want to have sex with you or I don't want to have commitment with you. And that's the whole thing. But like you're allowed to be hurt by that. But sitting here and being like, okay, now I'm going to cancel you. It's like, they're the dreads yet, I'm guessing. No, I had no hair. But to be fair, like, it was a year later, but like, it wasn't going to work out anyway. Yeah, it wasn't going to work out anyway with that person. So I no lost No lost love. We're still friends, but like, yeah.
The next weekend, he posts a thirst trap on TikTok with her. And I was like, all right, got it. In that comment section, I saw another woman say something regarding the fact that they had been talking a month prior. And I was like, wait a second. I need to know if this is legit.
Did this
So
happen
I
to
DM'd her.
Caleb? Yes.
It took all of like 1 minute for her to realize that we literally got played by the same guy.
Like, I'm sorry you didn't get played. Like, this is my take. You didn't get played. At no point were you ever in an exclusive relationship. At no point did he say that he wanted to be in an exclusive relationship. She kind of did play herself. She did. She did. Like, it's... And is that shitty? Yes. Should he have been upfront and cut ties with them when he realized that they wanted to be exclusive and he didn't want to be exclusive? Yeah. But like, that's a normal, this is a normal interaction. This is the problem with the internet. A completely normal interaction that is a little bit shitty but builds character being turned into this whole thing, right? It turned into this whole thing. You know? And just like, I don't even know. It was like freshman, sophomore year Greek life of avoid drama. And it's crazy because like, they never met. This was completely online. I mean, he did kind of play her with leading her. I know I'm not seeing anyone else. It's not a complete play, but I don't know. I mean, I do agree. He should not have said that. Right? It is shitty, and it is like player behavior. Like he should have been upfront and honest about if he was seeing other people. Right? But again, at a certain point, you gotta remove yourself from this situation, girl. Player behavior isn't inherently cancelable. Yeah. Yeah.
And I can't even tell you the emotions that went through my body that entire night. A couple days later, boom, I get a DM from another woman saying that she and her friend went through something very similar as well. And I was like, holy shit. I'm learning so much. Fast forward one more week, and here I am sitting here with knowledge of at least 6 other women who were played by the same guy in the same time period. I'm just disgusted, bro. I have genuinely never been more wrong about somebody in my entire life.
I don't, 11 women is crazy, bro. 11 women is wild.
For 9 months, I thought that he was this amazing person. I respected him. I thought he respected me. I thought that the person he showed online was the person he truly was, and
How is he pulling this many women? Bro, I have no idea. And these women aren't ugly. That's the craziest part. Like you gotta set your bar a little bit higher. Girls, let me just set your bar just a little bit higher than Harry Sisson. I beg of you, it will solve you a lot of problems. Got a lot of followers. Uses clout for news from multiple women coming up next. A fork found in the kitchen and beach juice called a stain on white t-shirts.
Proven so horribly wrong. So when I started speaking about this publicly, his only response has been to say that I'm insane because he wants to take away my credibility before more people find out about this. All I have to say to that is there are some very strong women that I am aligned with and share experiences with, and we're not going to stand for some dude getting away with icky behavior.
Icky behavior is not criminal. Icky behavior is not cancelable. What are we talking about? What are we talking about? What are we talking about? Yeah, icky behavior sucks. But like, it's not criminal.
You can't sit there and pretend that you care about women and respecting them, and then you berate people for disrespecting women, and then you're doing the same thing behind the scenes.
Like, he's not disrespecting women. He disrespected you. That's the difference. That's the difference. And it's not hypocritical. He's not disrespecting women. He disrespected you. And you can be mad at that, and that's fine. You can hate that, and that's chill. But like, we're not gonna sit here and act like he's like, he's like, I don't know, like misogynistic for like disrespecting you specifically. Like, is it shitty? Is it bad behavior? Do I say don't do stuff like this? Yeah. But like, let's not make these wide sweeping assumptions about like Harry being like a disrespecting to women because you have a personal grievance with him. You know what I mean? Like, that's crazy. Now, if he was being abusive, you would be correct. If he was being like, you know, like harmful, right, and criminal, she would be fully within her right to come out and do something like this, right? But if the most that she has is icky behavior, like what are we talking about? What are we talking about?
The scenes. The fact that you think that you don't have to be held accountable is actually
yeah,
really...
like Harry isn't a piece of shit because he's a player. He's a piece of shit because he supports genocide. Yeah. Like, if your biggest gripe against Harry is that, like, he led you on a bit too long, then I'm sorry, you have your priorities misaligned. You have your priorities misaligned a little bit. I see this a lot of people using misogyny instead of bad communication or being an asshole. Sometimes guys are just assholes. They don't always hate women. Yeah. But in terms of defending Harry, like, you know, homegirl is being in the wrong. And trust me, right? I look for any excuse to dog on Harry. You know what I mean? Literally any. You give me an excuse and I will do it. I took time before this even started to dog on Harry and saying he looks like a you know, the same as the other mediocre white guys here, you know? Like, give me an opportunity, I'll take it. But like, I'm also extremely fair. And if there was something here, I would be totally on her side. And maybe the other victims have something, right? Maybe her experience was just one that was just like not the most representative of the full experience, right? So we're gonna get to the other victims as well.
And then you berate people for disrespecting women, and then you're doing the same thing behind the scenes. The fact that you think that you
like,
don't have to be held...
Andrew Tate saying like women can't drive and like deserve like to be like, you know, relegated to like menial like housework is a bit different than being a player. You know what I mean? You know what I mean? I think that's a bit different. Or so did Ethan Klein drama today? Yeah. Yeah. Hopefully I can speed past this in about 30 minutes and then we'll get to the Ethan Klein, Dick Ryder stuff as well. If not, there's always tomorrow. Victims, I mean, this thread calls them victims. These are just the unmarried victims of divorce court. Yeah. So the news stories dropped, by the way, about Harry Sisson. What else did he do? Jeez Louise.
Accountable is actually really sickening, and it's disheartening,
Ethan?
to be honest.
What happened with Ethan? What? Okay, you can't just say that. Just tell me the news stories.
I'm so glad that I found this out before I ever met up with him.
So yeah, they never met up in person. She's mad about a 9-month purely online Snapchat situationship. Like, that's it. That's it. She's mad that he wasn't like exclusive to her when they've never met in person. And also never talked about being exclusive.
because that would have just made everything a million times worse. But that's the story. Sorry this video got really long, but yeah, I'm happy to answer any questions.
She's like a child. She basically
show
is.
some receipts
She's
I've
like
got.
24. But not like a me 24, like a whatever this is 24. We're different types of 24. Just knowing who she's talking about. Harry Sisson. This guy. And that's the point I also want to drive home. We're talking about this man here, by the way. Just for context. This person. You're 24? How old do you think I was? Because that? Okay, wait, I got you, chat.
Republican representative. Trump supporting Republican Representative Mike Flood got booed at a town hall today, and the crowd started chanting "Tax the rich."
No
at
comment.
Him. It's just great. Take a look.
I'm thinking 27 or something. I don't know. I'll take that. All the cool streamers are 27 or 28 or 29. Not 30 though. 30 is too old. Like I found out recently that Cinna was 27. Is 27. I'm like, I'm sitting here at 24 years old. You're 22, but you have the personality of a 30-year-old. Respect. You're wiser and more mature than Harry. We know what you did, Harry. Hold Harry accountable. Hold Harry accountable. I love watching a hypocrite caught in the crossfire. He ain't gonna talk about the situation or the Dems' 27 approval rating. This isn't good. Okay. Okay, hold on.
This isn't going away, Harold. This isn't going away, Harold.
I love that so much. I respect how you speak with such raw honesty. I never sugarcoat the tough truths. You don't shy away from hard topics, and that's something I admire. Your own words. Oh, you own your words and perspective, unwavering confidence. You definitely don't lie about your name. It is real and unflinching as it shares. As the truth you share, you stand firm in who you are, and that's something worth listening to. Did you just call me black? Thank you, chatters. I appreciate that. Sounds like a horoscope, a little bit. Shows it to his name. He is black. That's what I got from it. That's what I got from that message. Like you said, your name doesn't lie. I'm like the black part. Trying to have to slide in your DMs. I'm not moving to Snapchat, by the way. That's not happening. Okay, let's continue. I want to see the other people. Okay. Nothing.
Your wish is my command.
Nothing is going to prepare you for the Snapchats that are going to follow. Nothing will prepare you for this, chat. I want you to just get ready. Prepare yourself. Prepare yourself. Was it yesterday's stream? Sean the Black. Sean, are you black? Yeah. Harry in the shower. I think that's a great idea. God damn it. I can't even read that one. I never lied to you. We were not exclusive, and I made it abundantly clear that I didn't want that, and you said that was fine. I haven't done anything that wasn't allowed within the parameters we set. What and why are you screenshotting? It's my first time tuning into a live, but I see you in other spaces. I dig what you're saying. They'll keep it up. Thank you. I appreciate that. How do you find the allegations that you're black? I condom. Why is she posting his private stuff without his permission? That is a great question. Also, I do find what and why are you screenshotting kind of funny. That is a little bit funny. But yeah, like Harry's saying what I said here. Like they were never exclusive, so like I don't understand like what her beef with this is. If they were not exclusive and Harry made it clear that they weren't going to be exclusive and she said that was fine, I don't think that she can be mad about, uh, you know, about this specifically. These are funny though. He says, "Damn, you're sexy. Psh, stop, don't." So like, let's be very clear. She was feeding into this. It wasn't like a inappropriate, like he was like pushing boundaries. It was reciprocal. Number one. Number two, Harry then answers, "I'd fuck you raw after wine tasting, but that's just me. But that's just me. But that's just me." You look great. You're hot. Feels pretty great. Feels pretty great. I can't lie. The verdict is in. The verdict is you look sexy as fuck. Court adjourned. I didn't know having game was illegal. I think it's the same picture. But here are some of the better ones. Lamau, see, your opinion is the only one that mattered. God, that ass fat. This is the one. This is the one. This is my favorite image for this entire situation. This one alone is cancelable. I mean, setting out of context is cringe. It is cringe. It always is cringe. But like, this is funny. Like, cause you have to imagine he just finished filming his TikTok writing for Joe Biden. And like, he's like, "Oh wait, I got a Snapchat for one of my 11 side chicks." He posts his phone up. He's like, "God, that ass is fat." He's like, "All right, send. She's gonna love that one." And the funniest part is, she did love it. She loved it a lot. She was a huge fan of it. So I can't speak about like how cringe this is because it worked. He had 11 side chicks. Yeah, she loved all 9 months of it. Okay, I was replying to full facial reacts to nudes. That's some great responses and care for what they sent. That is funny. Like to get a nude and be like full face with just the text being like, "Yeah, I like that. I do that. I do that." Like that's so funny. Like again, getting sent a nude and be like, "Looks amazing." Couldn't agree more, beautiful. Honestly, I think like okay, I'll go through the other ones as well. Cuz that's funny. Quote from Carly: "I'm fighting for accountability not only for myself but on behalf of everyone who believed this guy was someone he's not. To this day, he has not yet acknowledged he did anything wrong, and that's really sad. However, I have to say I am beyond blessed and frankly shocked to have connected with so many amazing people over this horrible experience. Thank you for confirming my feelings throughout those 9 months were valid." Doesn't Posey reflect poorly on her? Yes, in my opinion, it does. Cloud Shoddy, thank you for the 2-month resubscription. Much appreciated.
He did not
As more women come forward, it was determined that 11 women were played by Harry.
have a roster and that he was not talking to anybody.
Well, you run it back?
If he had flat told us, "Hey, I am talking to other people," when we asked, when all like a fucking dozen of us asked, hey, are you talking to anybody? Instead, he lied and said he did not have a roster and that he was not talking to anybody. If he had flat told
Part of
us,
this rabbit hole goal, very much so. Yeah, okay, he lied. Yeah, again, that's bad. Harry should not have lied about talking to other people, right? Like that's what I'll say that. Another victim with Harry Sarah has provided detailed videos explaining the experience. I clicked it for the sake of time. You can find her full video on that platform. Sarah is a domestic violence survivor. She posted about her domestic violence experience in October of 2024 for Domestic Violence Awareness Month. Receipts are of her and her ex following the experience that she was convinced by Harry to share explicit photos of herself and was told she was the only one. Okay, so I think it's a bit disingenuous to post photos of her bruises, right? And text messages between her and her ex in this thread. Cause like the implication is like that Harry did the bruises. If I was just scrolling and I saw these bruises, I was like, did Harry do the bruises? But no, if you read the text, like, no, this was between her and her ex. So I'm like, what are we doing here?
He did inform me that there was no roster, essentially implying I was the only person he was talking to, the only person he was receiving photos from. And I was, again, fine
The
with
irony
that.
is that he could have been open about dating people and these women would have had found an excuse to be entertained by him. Yeah.
But of course, if you're going to tell me that there's no roster and I'm the only person you're talking to, he didn't.
Wait, okay, why is it cut like this? Wait, you said I clipped it for the sake of time. This is a Twitter thread. Why are we clipping things for the sake of time? This is not a YouTube video. This is not a YouTube video. What do you mean I clipped it for the sake of time? Okay, now I have to find the video.
Woman say something.
Oh my goodness, this is another 7-minute video. I can't take it back, bro. Why is it so freaking long? But she posted Carly's entire video.
I am the girl that left the comment on Harry's video. We had been briefly interacting the end of last year.
Wasn't even having
to
sex with these
the
women.
beginning
It's
of
not
this
like he's
year.
literally bringing STDs into a relationship.
We stopped
Yeah.
talking and he soft-launched a girlfriend. The timing felt very weird and very close. So I had commented something about, I wonder if this was before, during, or after when we were talking. To which Carly saw my comment and...
Look, again, my take is if you don't make it clear that it's exclusive, or it's not very clear that it's exclusive, it's not exclusive. It's not exclusive. And like Harry lying about it being exclusive is bad, and that is a strike against Harry, 100%, right? But like, according to Harry, and also according to Carly, for most of the relationship that they had, she was indicated that she was fine with not being like exclusive. Harry, she said that Harry said that he was not looking to be exclusive and incommitted. Harry responded, yeah, we looked at in the thread. They shared text messages that Harry had. Here. Right? I never lied to you. We were not exclusive, and I made it abundantly clear that I didn't want that, and you said that was fine. I haven't done anything that wasn't allowed within the parameters we set. And he said, what and why are you screenshotting? Like, yeah. So, and Carly also said that Harry did say that he didn't want to be exclusive. And Carly was like, I went along with it. Right? So like, I don't understand what the issue is here. You've never met in person. You weren't dating. You weren't in an exclusive relationship. So I'm confused. More Harry lies. You definitely have a lot to offer, no doubt. I think right now I can't do exclusivity. Wait, how is that a lie? This is what Harry said before. Not because I'm getting news from a bunch of girls or fucking girls and stuff. I don't hook up with anyone ever. Okay, this would have been a lie about the lack of news. But because I just don't think I'd be able to commit 100% to something. Also, since we live in different states, exclusivity would be hard. So I'm not balancing a bunch of girls at once. My mind and energy are just in other places right now. And I don't have much more to give. It's not that there's competition. I'm not getting news from a bunch of girls or hooking up with a bunch of girls. I will say his insistence that he's not getting a bunch of news from a bunch of girls does strike me as odd. He's very insistent that that's not happening. Right? No, trust me, I'm not talking to Jessica and Rebecca and Madison and Lori and like, you know what I mean? Like it seems very, very, very suspect. You know what I mean? Very suspect. That he's like, no, I'm not getting a bunch of news from a bunch of different girls right now. Like, yeah, while being a shitty thing to do is not like criminal, you know? It just makes him a shitty guy who's shady and manipulative in his relationships, but this reflects on his character, not his political platform. Yeah. I gonna lie, the other shoe will drop from that. John, like getting random news from women is really sus. The power and balance, the girls wanted to believe him because he's so lived up, not abused, just mean. But again, like, while being shitty, you're not exclusive, right? This is one of those things that, like, in a normal situation, you take it on the chin and you move on. Well, that was dumb of me, right? And you go about your life. You know what I mean? Like, yeah, you chalk it up to the game and be like, man, that is a learning experience that I've learned, and I won't be engaging with in the future again. One of the women who is terrified of Harry's retaliation has stated that Harry assured her that the screenshots were all fake, but also told her that he doesn't feel bad about lying about personal things. He told her that he didn't lie, though. He then asked if she wouldn't mind telling people that she's seen the screenshots from him were proving that they were fake, even though she had not. I have not been provided the evidence of this. I've been provided evidence of this. However, she does not want the screenshot provided publicly. If the status changes, I will provide receipts. Videos of Harry's videos of his thirst traps. It's unclear if his new girlfriend is aware of other women, but after this day, I'm pretty sure she would be made aware.
I get it. She wanna come with me. I get it. She wanna come feel me. I get it. I get it. She wanna come with me. I get it. She wanna.
You know, lock him up, please. Lock him up. You know what? I'm gonna full screen this for you guys, chat. You guys deserve this. With the Obama shirt. Girl, would you like to fuck in the Obama shirt?
Diamonds that said you want it, I get it. Shawty wanna, I get it. She wanna come with me, I get it. She wanna come feel me, I get it. Diamonds that said you want it, I get it. Shawty wanna, I get it. She wanna come.
Harry has not apologized for his behavior and called all these women insane as seen on top of the thread. Later, another woman tells her story.
I've slept all of 1 hour over the last 2 days because of this shit. So you're getting a speed run of my side, and then I'm never fucking talking about this again because this was insanely ridiculous. For me personally, this wasn't that deep in the aspects of relationship issues because I knew that this guy was a player.
Does raise some red flags about his principles?
we
Chat. He defends genocide. When has his principles ever been like not up in the air? You know what I mean? What are we talking about here? Like, nobody ever thought that Harry Sisson was a principled person.
This was insanely ridiculous. For me personally, this wasn't that deep in the aspects of relationship issues because I knew that this guy was a player. We started talking like 2 years ago, stopped talking a few days after New Year's, few days before the TikTok ban, somewhere in there. And it was on and off for those years, very casual. The part that pissed me off was that this almost cost me a friendship with a really great girl. As you guys know, he was on my live on a panel like right after the election. I let him up on the panel. He was there, whatever. After that, I had said something about wanting more women to get into the debate space, and if you wanted to DM me. And so Reese, my good friend, did. She DM'd me. This was also to find out if him and I were talking.
Isn't he a DSA creator? Harry Sisson? No. Oh, and in case you're wondering, yes, this is an entirely TikTok debate drama. Like, this, Harry Sisson's here. This is like TikTok live stream debate drama. Trump is bad for the US. Let's debate. To be fair, this is not the first time political TikTok has had its issues and like men being canceled for just cause. Right? I escaped that one because I was a good little boy. I was a good Christian boy minding my own business.
Wanting more women to get into the debate space, and if you wanted to DM me. And so Reese, my good friend, did. She DM'd me. This was also to find out if him and I were talking because of the way that he acted towards me in the live and the way that I reciprocated that. She DM'd me and...
Okay, I will say, talking to one of your side chicks, you know, flirting with one of your side chicks on a live stream in public, not the best form when you have 10 other side chicks. I'm just was putting it out there. Like, you should probably not do that. Like,
asked me if him and I were talking, and I said no because I didn't know her and didn't want people in my business, and I had spent 2 years keeping that violently under wraps from you.
So she did the same thing that Harry did. Hold on. She did the exact same thing Harry did. Lied about not talking to him. So what are we talking about here? She lied about it because she didn't want people in her business. Now, to be fair, it's like slightly different than lying to somebody you're trying to also talk to. But like, I meant DNC. Oh, then yes.
You guys. And then I found out that she was talking to him. And so I backed off. I didn't speak to him after that for a good long while because I'm not going to sit here and compete for a fucking TikToker. And then her and I became friends. She would come up on my panel. We talked on the phone before and after lives constantly. We got really close. And then one day I get a DM. The DM was from this guy. He said, basically, I need you to do me a favor. I said, what was the favor? He said, I need you to block Reese. And me, I wanted to get both sides of the story. And so, long story short, I communicated with her. I communicated with him. He told me that everything she told me was fake, a lie, and that she was crazy.
Wait, so
And-
she's saying that Harry reached out to her and told her to block Reese? I don't know how to defend her on that. If a creator even thought about dating me, absolutely no one would know. But she's also a creator, right? This is a different instance where this is not like Carly in the first instance, who was like a fan or whatever. She's also a creator, right? She does her own debate content. She has to do big in the debate TikTok space.
And
my point is that like this entire thing is blown up into like an insane degree for like no reason.
Because I knew him for 2 years and because I thought that he was a half decent person, like maybe a player, but a half decent person, I blocked her. And that's something I have to take responsibility for, is that I allowed a guy to use me to aid in ostracizing a girl from the internet completely, because he didn't like that she talked to her friends and a couple of texts got leaked. The rest of me and him talk.
Okay, I don't like that this is too general for me to make. I can't make a distinction on this one specifically because it's too general. I don't know what text got leaked. I don't know what situation she's talking about. I don't know who Reese is. I don't know what she said about Harry. I have no idea what's going on here. And so all I'm getting is that this guy told me to do this thing, and I had a friend who was this person, and some text got leaked in some instance, and so I complied with what this guy told me to block this person because some text got leaked because he was mad about those texts that got leaked. And like I'm like, I don't know these things. Like, I'm sorry, did the allegation go past we got by a heartbreaker? No.
Talking was still casual, but I had been in a position at that point where
Reese did befriend her to get info on Harry, so I can see why she would believe him. That's, yeah.
I didn't want something casual anymore. I didn't want to mess around like that anymore. I wanted something serious. I told him so. I basically told him, hey, I'm going to be in DC at this time. If you're not there, I'm taking this as a sign not to talk to you anymore. He said he was going to be there, and then a couple days later said he wasn't going to be there. Took it as a sign, stopped talking to him. He ended up being there, and I violently avoided him while I was there. We did not see each other. We did not interact, but we're in town at the same time. I wasn't talking to him when he did this soft launch. He wasn't talking to me. However, yes, it is true. He still has things saved in our chats as of right now. I'm going to be communicating that to get that gone when I get off of here.
Okay, my question is because like Carly also had things saved in the Snapchat chats. So what does soft launch mean? I don't know how to explain this, bro. It's not a hard launch is saying I'm in a relationship with this person. I am exclusive and we're chilling. This is who she is. That's the hard launch, right? A soft launch would be, you know, posting like a picture of 2 different wine glasses, right? Or posting a picture of a ring on a table. It's like a subtle way to say I'm in a relationship with this person, right? What Harry did was not a soft launch. Like, let's be very clear about that. Like, this is not a soft launch. This is a pretty hard launch. This is a very hard launch, actually. You know what I mean? Or maybe like a medium launch. Like if he posted like just her nails or whatever, that would be like a soft launch. It's like, oh, is there something here? What's going on here? You know, like he didn't show her face, so like maybe it's not like a hard launch, but like he all but like said, I'm in a relationship right now currently. That's not a soft launch. A soft launch is supposed to put in like, are they in a relationship? Are they not in a relationship? Right? Whose hand is this? Right? 2 wine glasses. Are they dating? Like that's what a soft launch is supposed to be. Not this person is sitting on my lap, right? Groping my face. You know what I mean? I have Insta posts with friends like this though. You have Instagram posts with your friends sitting on your lap like this? Your friends are doing this? Chatter? Platonic friendships? Yeah, what do you mean? Bro. I kind of want friendships. I want that kind of friendships. Lucky, yeah.
I don't think the hus would approve of
I'm not a good person.
there. So yeah, that's my side. If you want to hear the other women's sides who are much more serious than that,
Are they? I have not yet found something more serious than this one. And this is I believe Americana Hannah, who's like a leftist, who like was also like a conservative for a little bit on TikTok before becoming a leftist. So I'm curious about like what she's saying as well. But I have not come to the conclusion like this is like imperative that Harry respond to and we need to cancel him. Do you watch the Ethan Dick Rider? We did not. I got distracted by this entire story.
And also any person who has been a victim of this certain political TikToker, I am always available to talk. If you need support or just somebody to talk to, I'm here. I'm gonna try to get through this without crying. I'm mostly crying because I'm really proud of
Is it one after picture, by the way? They're both in comfy clothes. This is not a soft watch at all.
these girls for coming forward because I know how manipulative and conniving and overall dangerous
The hair is not like POC at all, bro. All of his victims have the same look. Is this the revolution? Honestly, maybe.
Political TikToker is. And for so long, because I've been talking about.
Okay, here's what I'll say, and then I'll watch this entire thing. From what I've gotten or gathered from this, the worst thing Harry did in this entire situation was lying about talking to other people, right? Which again is bad. It's not good, but it's not like abuse. That's my take. Lying about, no, I'm not talking to anybody else, you're the only one, is scummy. And calling the women crazy after. I mean, yeah, maybe, you know, don't say. Well, to be fair, he did say it was one woman that was insane that I saw in the screenshot. He didn't say all the women were insane. But like, yeah, maybe let's refrain from doing that. I'm your only chatter. But yeah, that's what his biggest crime is. The manipulation part can border on abuse, but like they have not demonstrated that it was that. You know what I mean? I mean, it's abusive behavior, not technically abuse, you know? Not even really, right? Because he, like, I don't fully subscribe to like the whole like he was leading on these women thing. Because he, for the most part, made it clear that he did not want exclusivity, right? Like, he did not want to be exclusive with any of these women. If he said, no, I want to be exclusive with you, and then turned around and said, I want to be exclusive with you, he's a cheater. That is cheating, and that is manipulative, right? But, like, him being like, I don't want to be exclusive. I want to be, you know, for whatever reason, and making it clear that he didn't want to be exclusive. Him lying about the fact that like, yeah, we're not exclusive, but I'm not talking to anybody else right now. It's gross, but it's also not like insanely abnormal or criminal or, in my opinion, cancelable. Maybe he did go hard in saying he wasn't talking to anyone else though. True, yes, which again, that's why I think that that's the worst part about this. But he's still not exclusive, right? He still was not in an exclusive relationship. He did not meet most of these people in person, right? And so I think this is extended beyond just like, you know, past the bounds of what it is. And that's just, this guy is a player. He's non-communicative and maybe not the best relational partner, right? Honestly, probably a bad relational partner. You know? And these women are valid in feeling betrayed, especially if they lied or they were lied to by Harry, right? But I don't think this is like cancelable or it was abuse, right? Or like I don't think he was like manipulating these women to like you know, like to like for like emotional like actually I don't know. Just saying he doesn't talk to anyone isn't coercive enough in a situation. He's just a jerk. Yeah. Here nor there, but this would have happened to somebody with that TikTok handle. What do you mean?
Him and his disgusting behavior for over a year now. Nobody believed me.
At the end of the day, technically not illegal or anything, just a grown man who should have a more open approach to dating. Yeah. This is unfortunately normal when dating. Yeah. It makes it untrustworthy, not a victimizer. Yeah.
You know, I had a few people that obviously did.
Did I ever try to tell me to join an army?
You
should. I endorse that message.
Just like, it was never taken
they
serious.
can share their stories as well. If they just want, if they want just
like,
certain language to use, it makes it feel more, yeah. Like, these women are totally valid in feeling as though Harry betrayed them. And especially with Harry lying about talking to other people, or not talking to other people. Completely valid, right? But this story being used, because it's being used by like conservatives and Republicans to try to cancel Harry by being like Harry is like a fake women supporter and is a hypocrite because he claims to support women while disrespecting women as a whole. And I just don't see that from this story, right? He's a dumb young kid who, you know, bit off more than he could chew in the relationship front. And he should learn from this situation and learn to be more open and to communicate more honestly. But like, I don't think it's like abuse. Being lying about boy is different than being in a committed relationship and manipulating. Neither are good, but there are degrees of bad, and these are a pretty different scale. That's my take. Yeah. Couldn't wait for your take on this BS. Even time, Kate close on this. Well, I do want to finish this video though. No, on a positive note, I'd rather live in a world where women can come out and say this and be taken seriously rather than a world where nothing is taken seriously from women. That's fair. I can see that as well.
Like, above all, I'm pissed because he is the same fucking guy that's gonna end up
I think it's
in the
to
fucking
do this. They are doing this
political
on purpose to get him canceled, basically harassing over being a player. I mean, I think it's fair to like share your stories. I think that the problem is that these stories are being used as a part of a wider narrative to try to take down somebody who like the Republicans feel have wronged them. You know what I mean? And that's sort of the issue. You know? The only thing more embarrassing than being played by a lip TikToker is calling yourself at every girl you talk to's victims. Like, he sucks, but come on. I probably make a good case for monogamy and perception that traditionally comes in the conflict with these sort of dating that young political creators want to engage in, or just young people in general, right? He's just up, not surprising information. Yeah. Creators are taking this, taking over this cancellation. They're running with it as they do with every minor lib scandal. Yeah. Like, again, this is nowhere compared to Harry defending genocide. We tweeted the photos of all the girls side by side so we can compare them if they're more or less diverse than the average, than the liberal Avengers. I probably won't do that. I'm not going to take a picture of this crying girl and put her beside the other people who feel wronged by Harry. That feels wrong to me. I understand the point, and like it's like similar to this, but like that feels a bit far, in my personal opinion.
hierarchy that has all of these allegations but has too much power within.
Like, okay, allegations. Allegations. I don't know. I don't know. Like they're making it sound like he's like a domestic abuser and sexual predator, and that he's just not that. You know? Like,
because he is the same fucking guy that's gonna end up in the.
make it sound like essay tone-esque. Yeah. Oh, tone-wise. I think you mean like tone-esque, like the esque of the tone. Like they have every right to be heard. They don't have right to do all this, knowing exactly what would happen.
Fucking political hierarchy that has all of these allegations, but has too much power within to ever be actually taken down.
Expanded language into encompass some dude being asshole that undercuts actual allegations of sexual assault.
That's exactly where he's headed, and he's been heading there for so long. As somebody who's known him since I was 18, and we were incredibly close. We met.
And I have to point out, Harry was also 18 at this point. I don't like the way it sounds. The way she said it was like, I've known him since I'm freshly 18. You know, barely legal. Like Harry was the same age. They're the same age here. I think Hannah might be older. You know what I mean? It's like Harry might have been like 17 when they actually met. So I just want to make that very clear, is that like this was not a situation where like Harry was preying on an 18-year-old like, you know, other TikToker, or freshly 18 years old at 23 years old. Just want to put that out there.
Met in person a few times. I really don't care if he makes an apology. I don't care if he takes accountability. I don't care about all that, because it's going to be fake, and I can promise you that. And it's going to be gaslighting everybody.
Okay. So the way she's teeing this up, it's like she has like serious allegations against Harry. And I'm genuinely I want like an explanation on like what that is. Like, cuz like maybe she had a different experience than the other people involved in this, right?
He's an incredibly sick individual, fairly perverted, and he's
like, I just want to point out that like he was asking for nudes and the women sent the nudes to him. This is completely reciprocal from people who are of age, consenting adults who understood that Harry did not want exclusivity. You know what I mean? So I'm confused.
He's been getting away with this for so fucking long. It got to a point where it was just too exhausting to even try to, you know, put stuff out. I am really happy that it's gaining traction now, and I think she worked it perfectly.
Seeing this video feels like I'm missing something, right? Like watching this video after everything we just saw feels like I am missing a part of the story, cause like now I'm confused, cause she's talking in a way that like the other women were not talking, right? It was kind of like oh, this interesting thing happened. There was this TikToker who was a little bit, you know, it's a bit weird. He said some things and he like, you know, he was leading me on. And she's talking like Harry committed like actual sexual violence. And I want to make sure that I have the story correct, and I'm not like pseudo defending Harry if he committed actual sexual violence. Yeah, I would assume he was physically or sexually violent, and I would like to see that, because I want to make sure that I'm not like accidentally undercutting the story of a victim who was a victim of sexual violence, if that was the case. The difference is that they met real life, but like, what does that mean though? Like, did they date in real life? Did they hook up in real? I don't know. Like, was there acts of abuse? Like, I think this is important to talk about.
The woman that I stitched, it's like these champions for women, right? And the idolizing of these men that care about women. It's just a ploy to try to get into their pants. You know, it's not like I could go through everything that he has done. I could probably
I would like to see that. Yes.
make a freaking novel on it. And if you
Like,
want,
I don't want to like write her off outright. We have mutual friends. Like, I know people who are friends with her, right? But I genuinely want to know.
I
Is
can
this the one he
talk
called
about
crazy? No, he called Carly, the first person we saw crazy.
some of them that I remember. Some of them I can't talk about because I'm legally not allowed to do so, or it's legally a bad idea for me to talk about it.
Like the way she's talking, like that there are serious allegations levied against Harry that she's pursuing legal avenues against him for. And I'm just like, this is such a different video than the other videos we've seen. Like, am I misunderstanding?
It's done. It's not like I could go through everything that he has done. I could probably make a freaking novel on it. And if you want, I can talk about some of them that I remember. Some of them I can't talk about because I'm legally not allowed to do so, or it's legally a bad idea for me to talk about it. But I do want to say to this woman, thank you so much for coming forward.
Like, legitimately, I think
I
we
didn't
should
have
like
strength for a while.
disregard everything else we just saw before and focus just on her and what her allegations are. Cause like the rest of the stuff is a nothing burger compared to how she's speaking here, right? She's talking like Harry's like a Harvey Weinstein, R. Kelly, like, you know, Chris Brown, like abuser, like beating women. And like Harry being like, you know, uncommunicative and not upfront and, you know, leading women on or whatever, that's one thing. But like saying I can't talk about this because of legal reasons, like,
While to be persistent on this, and you gave me that back. Thank you. And to all of the other victims, again, I'm always here.
like, okay. This is Hannah. Unfortunately, many content creators on X embedded her video from my thread last night and misconstrued the truth about what she said. Last night on the space, we gave the girls a platform to share their stories to clarify something. Summary: Harry Sisson worked for a young man named Camel Maroon. According to Hannah, Camel was coached and potentially groomed a 14-year-old autistic teen in Australia. According to Hannah, she's informed Harry about Camel's behavior. Harry acted as if he was appalled and saying he was going to report the issue to the FBI. Once he said those things, Hannah was happy and said, okay, glad we can be friends again. Harry then immediately asked Hannah for nudes. However, Harry lied. He did not report the issue to anyone. He stayed silent and continued working for Camel. While we are not accusing Harry of a crime, it's important to understand that knowing of a crime and not reporting it for your own benefit is considered a crime itself. At minimum, I hope this is investigated. Hannah's receipts are in the thread. Okay. A few things. Number one, the first video definitely insinuated that Harry committed like sexual violence. Like completely 100%. Like that is what the first video did. It was the insinuation that Harry was a sexual, you know, predator or an abuser. Like that is what the first video did, right? And in this situation, right, if the situation is true, right, obviously it's bad if Harry promised to report abuse to the FBI and then didn't report abuse to the FBI. That is a bad thing. Yeah, she's saying that he worked for like a groomer. Now what evidence or proof is that he didn't report? I don't know. If Harry like let's just see. This is a freaking 10-minute TikTok, bro. she's exactly the same if she didn't do anything to make sure it was reported. To be fair, not really, because first-hand accounts are protected free speech. What do you mean? TikTok should not go longer than a minute. I agree. Anyway, I just do we okay. I feel like it's a serious. They had direct evidence that of that. They didn't need an intermediary to talk to the police. I mean, yeah. Okay. But like, okay, I don't understand how this relates to Harry asking for nudes. Right? Like, I don't. I feel like that's just like. No, I'll let it play. I'll just let it play.
Shall we? So before I get into these around 50 screenshots providing evidence and context for anything that I have said, I do want to reiterate something just for even more context. I met Harry in summer of 2020. We were both kind of like the original political TikTokers, and we were on the Dem Hype House, which was a huge political TikTok account.
Wait, I have a friend who's also on the Dem Hype House. Maybe I should ask her about this.
Our relationship has always been friend-based. However, when I did go to Jersey to visit my aunt, he has a summer house there, so we did hook up a couple times. So it was kind of like friends with benefits.
Okay, so they did hook up. Okay, wait, okay. I can't speed it up because I don't want to miss any information. Okay, wait.
In summer of 2020, we were both kind of like the original political TikTokers, and we were on the Dem Hype House, which was a huge political TikTok account. Our relationship has always been friend-based. However, when I did go to Jersey to visit my aunt, he has a summer house there, so we did hook up a couple times. Okay. So it was kind of like friends with benefits, but it was kind of established that if we saw each other in person, we'd probably hook up. But our conversations outside of seeing each other in person or whatever were never really like flirty or anything like that. So I was never.
But if you were hooking up, like, what are we talking about here?
Under any sort of impression that we were exclusive ever. We never were like.
Okay, so yeah, so she was never under any impression they were exclusive.
That. So my story is going to be different than a lot of these girls. Just putting that out there. So up until about maybe the beginning of 2023, I would have considered Harry one of my best friends. And let me know if you see a pattern here. But what really kicked that off was that he was the one recording my grapist when I called him and got him admitting to raping me on audio. Okay. Which was great, whatever. And then Harry started drinking. So when Harry started drinking, he started getting a lot more aggressively flirty.
Okay, that tends to happen when you drink.
Guys, for my hand tremors, I can't control them. But if you want to pause and screenshot those, these are times in which
I can't see those. They're backwards, and they're tiny.
But if you want to pause and screenshot those, these are times in which Harry was getting obliterated drunk and calling, FaceTiming, and saying very sexual things to me. I didn't really care. You know, it's whatever. Drunk words, sober thoughts, you get it. And then this is when I noticed kind of a shift in Harry. He started to gain a lot more attention, a lot more of a following, and he created a Discord, in which it was a very exclusive Discord, and very strange, creepy people were allowed in the Discord. I was in it for a little bit, but I was like never allowed to talk in it, so.
Okay, but who are the strange, creepy people?
That's where Harry meets somebody named Camille, okay? I was advised not to, by my father, not to pursue an internship or a job with this Camille guy because my dad said he looked sketchy. Harry decided to go ahead and do so. And this is when I started getting messages from a minor, whom I will not say the name, with autism, who is also in the Discord. He was probably around 14 at the time. And he was sending me some concerning things regarding what Camille would send to him. Those are things I cannot show for legal reasons, but very much so.
Okay, but we share the name of the person. I can just look it up. Wait, is he dead? Oh no, it's a 2000 obituary. Okay, this person's page is gone, apparently. I don't even know what I'm looking for, actually. I have no idea. Let's just...
Did happen, and I contacted his mom, everything. But you know who was working for him? Harry. And I told Harry about everything that Camille was doing. Here's a proof of that. This is a conversation between Camille and the minor in question.
What's... It's backwards. I can't read this. I can't read this! It's backwards! I can't read this. I tried. I'm trying. Screenshot it and flip it. Okay. I can do this. Go back to paint. Here. 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 Okay, well, let me flip it like that. I can do this though, right? Why do they know so many details then? Why do they have screenshots? Because they wanted them. I don't know what is going on, man. Why is Harry not answering me? I'm losing a business partner and employee, and this will cause serious legal issues. It's fine. I think this is the name that she left in. Gosh. Nothing bad or wrong happened. It just looks really bad. I can't allow it to continue. Okay. Well, I have no idea what's going on here. Did Harry cut off contact? I don't know.
This is a conversation between Camille and the minor in question. Camille texts him, why do they know so many details then? Why do they have screenshots? And in those same texts, you will see him saying he's going to lose a business partner, aka Harry. Now, Harry would respond with, yeah, that's super messed up. I won't work for him.
You got me thinking for the raid. Welcome in, Raiders. Hello. I'm so sorry. We are in depth into Harry Sisson allegations. And we reached the series portion. I'm just trying to figure out what's going on. Everybody Ethan Dick Rider watch. We haven't even started that.
For him anymore. That's crazy. And then I got this message from the...
Okay, now I have to... Okay, wait. It was after then, but still a while ago. Gotcha. Harry's still working for Camille. Wait, actually. Yeah. How about... No. But what? Okay, I'm just gonna flip it. Oh, how do you? Oh, how do you know? Because I know. Okay, I'm just flipping it. I'm flipping it. I'm just gonna flip it, bro. How do you know? Because I know, trust me. I just know, believe me. Okay, so even in the evidence screenshot, it's just, we have just messages that just say, Harry's still working for him. How do you know? Trust me, bro.
The minor saying that Harry still is working for Camille. So I reach out to Harry. And this is the conversation from that little debacle. And then it got to a point where debacle.
Well, okay, it's half cut off. And it's red. I can't read this. I can't read this. I can't read this, bro. I can't. I see a friend, Harry, something, first time you've reached out in months when you needed something. I'll call you after I make myself a drink. Something. no, I'm not going to chill out. What something here tonight is something, and you wouldn't something say something. I
And then it got to a point wherein I was seeing if I should be contacting the police because this minor happens to be based internationally. He's not in America. And I advised Harry that I'm doing so.
I mean, but like the guy is. Yes, you should contact the police. Yes. It doesn't matter if the minor is international. The guy, the Camille person, is in the US. You should call the police.
And he starts advising me not to do so. Through FaceTime audio, mind you. But here's the conversation about him advising me not to do so.
Oh my goodness, bro. Looks like I can read this one. Oh, wrong thing. Close. Okay. Actually, by definition, you did provide me with advice against doing so. Therefore, you advised me to not take legal action. No, I did not. And when I said, what if I get parents' advice, you still advised against it? Nope, not true. I advised against that for Twitter, not the police report. So you totally misinterpreted what I said this is. Okay, so like, this is just a screenshot of Harry denying advising. So like, I don't know what I'm supposed to make of this. The screenshot is just Harry saying that he did not deny, or he did not advise against going to the police. And her saying, you actually did. So like.
But here's the conversation about him advising me not to do so. And if you see with all of the other girls too, he loves calling women lunatics, they're crazy, conspiracy theory, his favorite. Okay, let's continue. Oh, here's a random little tidbit, not really related to what I'm talking about, but I figure I'd share screenshots of Harry with my saved inappropriate photos in the chat. See, I am really sitting here admitting that I did send inappropriate, because it was like a fun little fling. For me, this is like less about the romantic part of anything. I don't really mind that. I don't like that they're saved, but like the whole inappropriate photos thing, not really my main issue. The context of it is though, so hold on. So here's me saying point blank to Harry, what's a conspiracy theory? The grooming part or me quite literally finding your relationship with Camille and all of this is suspicious. That's a speculation, not a theory. Anyway, and this is
Wait,
after-
you didn't even show that one to the screen this time.
Harry called me about 20 times and me not answering, and him saying, this is truly insane, like, Candy, you don't know anything about Camille in this entire situation, nor do you know what Chris and I dealt with when it came to Camille. Essentially, like, putting his issues with Camille above the fact that he's literally grooming a minor. Anyway. Eventually, however, I was manipulated into thinking that he was no longer working for Camille. Whoops. Then October 7th.
Wait, okay. Okay, the October 7th mention did caught me a little bit off guard. What does she mean? I was manipulated into thinking that he didn't work for Camille. Like, what does that mean? Did he show you proof that he didn't work for Camille and you believed him, but that wasn't true? Or I'm so confused. I'm so confused. I'm so confused. I'm confused. I'm so confused, bro.
Happens. I don't know if I shared this already, but this is also important in the context of everything.
Wait, I can't read that, bro. I can't read that. Why is it in different colors? Yeah, no, there's no way I'm reading this one. There's no way I'm reading this one. You missed something. That's the conspiracy. Something. Wait, this one actually might say something. I hate this conspiracy. You're just totally misinterpreting what I said, and it's the same screenshot. Yeah, this is the same screenshot. I recognize it. Is this the screenshot where she said that Harry was you denied you advised me not to get a police report. He said, no, I did not. Are these printed? Yes, these are all printed. These are printed screenshots.
Important in the context of everything. I'm sorry, this is so confusing. Everything is everywhere. Okay. So then Harry calls me saying that he's making some federal complaint against Camille. Okay, and I'm like, period, right? So here's that conversation. Essentially,
Calm down. All right, relax. I'm trying to read it. Jeez Louise. There's no way I'm reading this either, bro. There's no way I'm reading this, bro. Okay, and Maddie and Chris are something, 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 and something, something, something. Bruh, do you hate me? Well, I wouldn't say I hate you. Something, something, something. So I can't read this, bro. I can't read this. I can't read this. I can't. I'm trying, bro. I'm trying. So Camille did something to a minor, and they're claiming Harry didn't want people to come forward, and he's claiming that he just wanted to be handled by police, or am I misunderstanding? I don't know. Camille did something to a minor, allegedly, and then Harry allegedly worked for Camille, and then allegedly stopped working for Camille, according to Harry, but kept working according to the minor. And then Hannah was like talking about going to the police, and Harry advised against it. But also Harry said that he was going to report it to the FBI. Right, versus the images, is that a TOS thing? No. She's recording it on her front-facing camera, and that flips the images.
Actually, he tells me that 2 other people are in on it. And then I said, okay, we had a little tip pass behind us. We're homies now. He then asked me for nudes, unsent the message. And that's what I was talking about when I said, tried to get me to send him nudes because he pretended that he cared about the predation. So I said, I saw that, you freak. Are you drunk or something? Okay. But I didn't realize that until way later on, because then October 7th happened and we were constantly arguing about that. So here is me trying to call Harry because I was trying to talk to him about, Middle East stuff. He questions. He says he's tired. I say, whatever. He goes, you know what it's a perfect time for, though? Referring to nudes. I said, you're funny. Then he unsent a message, and I said, I saw that, you freak. Anyways. Then I had a phone call with the minor. He called me at like 10 p.m. I was like, what the fuck? I answer, and he's asking these really, really strange questions, and I'm like, what the hell? Come to find out, Harry and Camille were working together to try to get me to say something. So if I say anything in the future, I'd lose my credibility. Okay.
What? What? And I don't want to cut her off because it feels wrong of me to like cut her off when there's like 3 minutes left. But like, she's saying that like they were using the minor to go to Hannah to get Hannah to say something that they can record and then in the future release to ruin Hannah's credibility. Okay.
And here, I know it's small, I was trying to preserve ink, and I know it's probably gonna be backwards too, whatever. I'll post these more straight up next time. That is the fake cease and desist I received soon after, for $500,000, accusing me of racism on TikTok because I have anti-Zionist approaches to things, amongst a ton of other insane things, which I will share later on.
Okay, was that Harry? Did Harry do that? What does this have to do with Harry? I'm confused. And I don't want to defend Harry here. I'm just confused. I'm genuinely confused.
So I confronted him about it, yada, yada, yada. And if I didn't already have enough proof of him asking me for inappropriate pictures, that very inappropriate.
No, I believe her on that completely. Like, Harry is a gooner. You know what I mean? Straight, horny, 20-something-year-old. I do not put it past him asking her for nudes. Also considering the fact that they were in a sexual, intimate relationship. You know. And she like admitted to sending him nudes at some point. I don't know the timeline here. Like, I totally believe that that's the case. Who's this hairy fella? I've never heard of him. Oh, I promise you probably have. It's this guy, Harry Sisson. Me asking for nudes after a talking about Israel should be 10 years in prison. So is she alleging sexual harassment? No, she's not. She said that her issue was not the sexual stuff because she reciprocated. She was involved with him sexually. She hooked up with him. They've been involved over the last few years. Her issue with Harry is that she says that Harry lied about going to the police about a groomer that he worked for, and that he used that to get close to her again to ask for nudes, I think. But it's so all over the place, I cannot like pin down this.
Appropriate times. Here's more, where I say to him, so true.
How am I supposed to read that? How am I supposed to read this?
I say to him, so true. He wanted me to stop picking an argument with him. Stupid. So true. I'll meet you in the middle. Next time you want inappropriate pictures, just find someone else and leave me alone next time. He said, yeah, that definitely works for me. So there's him admitting that. Anyways, here's also.
Yeah, no, of course okay. And I will say that like, it is. It seems like. It seems like there was a continuing like intimate relationship while this thing was going on as well. That's what that's the vibe that I get. In that there was a intimate relationship continuing to go on during this time, but there was also contention because they were beefing over October 7th. When I just show screenshots, I don't know. I don't know. And not that he defended the yes, that he defended the groomer. I think that was like a point that was made here, but that he continued to work with the groomer after saying he would go to the police and then allegedly never going to the police.
Text regarding inappropriate photos. I don't remember the context of some of these. So now when the creepy texts and threats come in, this is my favorite part. All of these, okay, all of these are all screenshots of.
I can read that one.
All of these are all screenshots.
Okay, I can read this one. Computer, enhance, flip, image. Hey Hannah, just a heads up, things are about to get intense. Harry's furious and he's not playing games anymore. Expect the cease and desist landing in your inbox any moment now. This isn't a joke or an empty threat. Brace yourself because it looks like he's really going to go through with it. Please take this seriously and maybe consider getting legal advice. Stay safe. Okay, but who is this sent to? Also, you left the number unblurred, so maybe don't do that next time.
Of threatening text I got. But it doesn't end there. I have an audio.
Wait, I can't read that. I can't read this.
It doesn't end. Threatening.
What's the point of showing the screenshots if I can't read it? There's no way I'm reading this. There's absolutely zero way I'm reading this screenshot.
It doesn't end there. I have an audio.
Okay.
So I got a phone call from a blocked number when I was home in California. My sister recorded this.
Okay.
And this is kind of what happened.
Ew, don't post anything about who?
Camille.
Who's Camille? I was lying.
Maroon.
Oh, Camille Maroon.
Okay.
Or what? Or what?
Or I'll fucking kill you.
There's an example. So when Harry and I kind of went dark, you know, like we stopped talking to
Okay, so is the allegation that Harry's sending her threatening voicemails, because that's a real allegation, right? And if that's true, that is like career ending for Harry, right? Which is why I think you would lead with that if that's the case, right? So was that Harry? I don't know. I don't know. I don't know, because I don't even know who Camille is. I don't know if Harry is Camille's only employee. Like, I think you're being that basic. You know, very clear evidence. Just read, bro. I'm trying. Do you think that I'm not trying to read? I'm trying my hardest. I'm trying so hard to read.
To each other altogether. It was because he found out. There's an example. So when Harry and I kind of went dark, you know, like we stopped talking to each other altogether, it was because he found out that I was still talking to this guy I used to talk to. And he called me, told me to go fuck myself. Was just super fucking pissed that that was happening. So maybe he thought I owed something to him, but I didn't, and I didn't.
Okay, but like, that's not evidence that that voicemail was Harry, though. Like, I feel like interpersonal, relational things, like if you're in like a intimate relationship with somebody and they find out about you still talking about to somebody else and they say, go fuck yourself, that's one thing. But like, are we insinuating that Harry sent the threatening voicemail saying, I'll kill you? Because that's a very real different thing. Like, I don't care about Harry saying, go fuck yourself when we find out you're talking to your ex-boyfriend or whatever. I care about if Harry sent the ominous, I'll kill you, call. You know what I mean? Like, that's what I care about. That is very important. She doesn't say that anywhere. Yeah, but come on, chat. That is a very clear insinuation, right? When Harry drinks, he got very violent. And when I stopped talking to Harry, he told me to go fuck myself. And he was very mad and very aggressively mad about this right after saying she's getting threatening voicemails from an anonymous person. Like, what I get from it is that Harry was potentially a part of making these calls. Oh, also after the screenshot of saying that Harry's gonna send her a cease and desist, Harry's furious that he's not playing games anymore. Like, the very clear, right? The very clear association here is that Harry is a violent person who was sending violent threats to her. Am I reading that incorrectly? Am I reading that incorrectly, chat? So she's insinuating without outright claiming that it's him. She's very purposeful. I mean, it's too vague, but yeah, it's insinuated. Yeah. Voicemail didn't sound like him. It didn't sound like him. That's the implication I get, and I know none of these people. Yeah. And so I'm just like, you have to like, the breadcrumbs don't lead me there. There's no evidence that like that voicemail was coming from Harry. There's too many unknowns. I don't know who Camille is. I don't know what type of work that he does, or I don't know how many employees he has besides Harry. And if Camille, oh yeah, sorry, not a voicemail. It was a phone call, right? A recorded phone call, right? I don't know if like Camille has like people to do his bidding to go to Hannah because like he thinks Hannah's going to expose him for grooming somebody. I don't know. I have no idea. There's too many unknowns in this situation. But I think it's to try to lump this in with the other allegations that the women have of Harry is a bit disingenuous. This is a very serious, separate thing that is not being stated, but is being insinuated.
Super fucking pissed that that was happening. So maybe he thought I owed something to him, but I didn't, and I didn't think he thought I did. I don't fucking know. Also, the end all was the loss of my now regrettable friendship with my old friend Melina, whom I have a screenshot on that. This is her essentially ending the friendship with me because I was posting shit about Harry. So, I mean...
Okay, what does this have to do with anything? I'm so confused about how this is at all relevant. Is your video about Harry? Yeah. as your friend, can I be honest with where I'm at with all this stuff? Like in my personal life, like not in a way that invalidates your feelings or anything, just how I feel about it. That makes me sound so bad. Sorry, I'm spelling. Yeah, for sure. I cannot do this. What? And then that's okay.
With me because I was posting shit about Harry. So, I mean, who knows? I don't know if any of this made sense. I'm really sorry that all of this is backwards in regards to the screenshots. I will be kind of breaking it down in parts, but this is just kind of the full account.
I would not be watching this down in part. I have to call it somewhere, chat, and I'm calling it here.
There are definitely things that I missed and screenshots that I did not show because it's just I don't have much time left.
Just put them in a Google Drive somewhere. Just put all the screenshots in a Google Drive and make like a twit longer with your allegations. Like, cause like, what are we doing? Okay, there are screenshots posted. Okay, that's the end of the thread. I don't know where this leaves us. I thought it would be haha a kiki. Harry's assistant said, "Damn, that ass fat." That's pretty funny. And then it took an entirely different turn. I leave for a bit. Is Harry a evil person or not? I mean, he defends genocide, so like that would be enough for me. But I don't know. Other than normal Harry evil. Honestly, with what was provided, I don't have any evidence that like Harry knowingly covered up grooming and abuse of his boss. I don't think that was adequately demonstrated in the video, and I'm not scrolling through the screenshots to find out. If the kid was being groomed is true, that Harry did turn a blind eye, then yeah, he's trash. Yeah, but I did not get the evidence of that in the video. It very well may be true, right? But the video did not, in my opinion, properly demonstrate it being the case, right? That's what I'll say. I don't know what else. Maybe for more study proof, hopefully a more coherent orator. The other girls, he was coming for sure. I think I'll plead the fifth on this one. Yeah. The only evidence she showed was her telling him he manipulated her into turning a blind eye, and he said, "No, I didn't." Yeah. That's it. So I don't know. I thought this was gonna be a fun thing, and it took up like 5 hours of our time, or like 3 hours of our time. So we're gonna watch the Ethan Dick Rider tomorrow. Wait, where did him Jim go? Saying there was more Ethan news. What happened with that? He said there was more news with Ethan, and then he just left. He's talking about Instagram stories. Oh, are there more Instagram stories? What did he say? Let's see. Let's take a little peek. What? Hassan takes Ubisoft money despite union workers' strike and sexual harassment scandals. I don't remember this in his comments. Oh, he's saying like Hassan is like a fake socialist because he took an ad with Assassin's Creed. He drinks Coke and Pepsi on camera all day, both on the divestment list. Well, Pepsi's not on the divestment list, or he's not on the BDS list, so he's wrong about that. He cannot make the smallest symbolic sacrifice for his cause. Look at the date of the protests. Like this date? What do you mean? Former Ubisoft bosses on trial in France accused of sexual harassment. Any questions about why the avowed anti-capitalist who doesn't care about money is working with wretched multinational companies? Okay, I feel like he's trolling at this point. Like he's like Omega reaching. Like bro had an ExpressVPN ad. Like what are we talking about here? He does gambling like on stream. Former also. I mean, former I assume means that like during the time at Ubisoft they were doing this stuff. Oh yeah, even is anti-union. He's also has zero respect for union and workers' rights. So even did an ad email talking about genocide. Yeah, he did a plug for Teddy Fresh, not HelloFresh. A plug for Teddy Fresh in his like debate against Hassan about genocide. So like, I'm just it's a nothing burger. Good luck, Ethan. Maybe this one will stick. Maybe this one will stick. Keep trying. Keep attempting. Anyway, tomorrow we'll be back. We'll be covering the Ethan Klein
being
Dick
Denims
guy,
TV.
This guy. So look out for that. And yeah. Posted about the strike earlier and then realizing if I thought it was in 2024, Ethan knows. Ethan just knows lying is OP. Hezbollah. I know about supporting terrorism but playing Assassin's Creed game. That's where I left the left. True. Ugh. Yeah. This is what I'm gonna call it though. I'm tired. And I have work to be done. Any final thoughts, chat? Oh wait, is Sun in Vegas? I'm curious.
From where I'm standing, it doesn't necessarily matter if he is
a habeas petition to get him released, but you know,
bro,
also
where is he at?
See it reflect how the government is using this provision.
Wow.
Share stream.
All right, Katrina Kaufman here in Studio 55, breaking it down for us. Thank you very much.
Thank you,
as always,
Vlad.
appreciate it.
A hearing set for anti-Israel activist Michael Khalil in Louisiana tomorrow over his deportation. It comes as a judge rules to move his separate detainee case to very blue New Jersey.
Todd Pyro is here with more. Hey,
Chill.
Todd.
Hey, guys. Good morning. Former Columbia University grad student.
Okay.
All systems go.
Okay, he's no longer chair
Engine
stream.
swapped. Unfortunately, your driver had to cancel. Wait, what the hell? That's weird.
You know what? Cancel Hassan for being in Vegas and being around gambling. Cancel Hassan for that. Well, can I knock on his stream? I'm not gonna knock on his stream. That would be funny though. You know what? You guys are going there anyway. I'm sorry, you all are going there anyway. Inclusive language. All right. Yeah, I'm not already in there. I know you people. What do you mean by you people? Okay. Any final thoughts? Wrong. I'm going to Mari. Fair. Because if that's it, that's all, then I'm out. Also, bye, YouTube stream. Thanks for watching.